Good morning. I see we are all taking our seats. Good morning, everybody. Goeiemorgen. Molweni. Dumelang. Bonjour. None? Oh, we have a few in the house. Ni hao. None. A very good morning and a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, executive members, deans, directors, invited guests, and presenters. It is both an honor and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you to today's Regional Higher Education Mental Health Seminar here at the University of the Western Cape. Today we have the privilege of bringing together distinguished minds from various prominent universities across the Western Cape, mental health experts, members from professional associations, labor experts, and various key stakeholders to discuss a critical topic in higher education. My name is Chantal Clark, and I am the Employee Wellness Coordinator at the University of the Western Cape. I will be guiding you through today's program and trust that you will find the discussions insightful and engaging. I would like to extend a special welcome to our distinguished guests in the audience today, our Rector and Vice Chancellor of the University of the Western Cape, Professor Robert Balfour, who has agreed to open our program for today. Thank you, Prof. I would also like to say a special welcome to the Dean of our Community and Health Sciences faculty, Professor Anita Padmanabhanuni, who will also be delivering our keynote address, as well as Mr. Meko Magida, our Executive Director for Human Resources at UWC, as well as other distinguished guests in our audience. Thank you very much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, our theme, neurodiversity and mental health in higher education, could not be more timely or more necessary. As universities, we are not only spaces of learning and research, but also spaces to affirm human dignity, inclusivity, and mental well-being. So this gathering represents a pivotal moment in our shared journey, not only to raise awareness, but to challenge ourselves to reimagine what support, structures, and policies should look like through the lens of neurodiversity in service of creating more compassionate and responsive campuses. Before we delve into the substance of today's discussions, a brief overview of our program. We will have our official opening and welcome by our Rector and Vice Chancellor, Professor Robert Balfour, shortly, and that will be followed by a keynote address by Professor Anita Padmanabhanuni. We will then have a short tea break at approximately 10:30, I do expect. We have started a few minutes late today, and that will be preceded by a wellness activity that we do hope that you will enjoy, so please don't leave for that. After our tea break, we will return for session 2 and 3 with guest speakers from the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, as well as, we need to update that, but Dr. Kasaringwa, who is an occupational medical practitioner from Tygerberg Hospital, and thereafter we will have a networking and lunch break. After the break, we will have a panel discussion. We will really look at the key insights from today's seminar and address any questions that you might have. That will be then followed by the closing and thanks of our program. Thank you. A few brief housekeeping requests. We ask that you do put your phones on silent. We know in higher education things can get busy, so during the presentations, if you can please put your phones on silent. And then also restrooms are located in the foyer areas of this facility. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to welcome someone whose leadership and voice continues to champion institutional well-being and transformation at the University of the Western Cape. I would like to hand over to Mr. Meko Magida, the Executive Director for Human Resources at UWC, to introduce our Rector and Vice Chancellor, who will deliver our opening address. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much, Program Director. It's a rare opportunity, a privilege, and an honor to introduce a magnificent rector. In other universities, they refer to them as the Rector Magnificus. We have not yet, accorded him that title. Perhaps it's coming, Rector, because you deserve that title. Colleagues, Professor Balfour completed his doctoral degree in English language acquisition in applied linguistics in education in Cambridge in 2000. Before moving to English studies at UKZN, where he taught in post-colonial literature and in education as a specialist in language policy and planning for higher education, he has published on post-colonial identities, multilingualism and inclusion in South Africa and beyond. He has published extensively on identities, as I mentioned. Professor Balfour was previously the registrar at St. Augustine College of South Africa from 2008 to 2010. Professor Balfour was also appointed as a Dean of the Faculty of Education and Sciences at Northwest University in 2011, before being appointed as a Deputy Vice Chancellor Teaching and Learning at NWU in 2017. Professor Balfour taught various disciplines. He assumed office as the rector of the University of the Western Cape as the 8th rector. I must emphasize that. From January this year, 2025, my apology, Professor Balfour is a creative. He's a painter, a writer of poetry, and continues to publish widely. Prof. Balfour has been an RF-rated academic since 2020. I want to continue to mention that since he joined the University of the Western Cape last year in October, during his attachment, he has really made an indelible contribution in various communities around the Western Cape, as well as within the university. Prof. Balfour has a distinguished and a different way of impacting, his own contributions. For example, already we have introduced here at the University of Western Cape something that in the past, I think we were shy to introduce, the performance development system, and to move with haste in terms of ensuring that that system is in operation, thanks to him. He too has now championed what we refer to as inclusivity and diversity within UWC. Prof is very passionate about ensuring that he creates equal opportunities by involving everyone, and he's a good listener. Prof is an engager, but he also drives action. He's an action-oriented person. Prof Balfour does not speak a lot, but when he starts saying something, you listen, and he impacts you differently. I think my life has changed already, colleagues. I need to really come here and state how Prof Balfour has really impacted on my life. Already, I do understand that if you do something, you must have a vision. You have an intention in terms of what is it that you want to achieve, not just a matter of doing something. And he's that kind of a person. And I think we are privileged as University of the Western Cape to have somebody like him who has followed on the footsteps of great leaders, as you are aware. Prof, he took at a time that is so critical, particularly as we transition in so many ways at the University of the Western Cape. And we are so privileged to have him as a leader, as an organic leader, as I mentioned, as an engaging leader. And I think all this program, I think, is very passionate about wellness. And he does not only articulate it, but he is somebody who demonstrates it. He'll call me and say, what is it that we're doing about mental health? What is it that we're doing about people really that are affected by the issues of toxicity, by issues of conflict, by the tensions that we always experience in higher education? Please, can we come up with actions in order to be able to respond to those? And he also permeates, that kind of a view in all the interactions that he has. And we are so grateful to have a leader like him who walks the talk, a leader who you can look up to, who you can confide, because these days it's so difficult to come and talk to somebody and who somebody will value whatever that you have shared with that person. So I'm so happy that I have a leader, I have a boss, who I refer to as a boss, that I can go to and talk to. So I'm privileged to introduce you, Prof, and I thank you for immense contribution that I've already made in the few months that I've joined the University of the Western Cape. And we're looking forward to a lot of more other things that you're going to introduce at this university. Your leadership, your role modeling, your interaction with all of us, students, workers, our community in the Western Cape. He has been traversing all the different platforms and areas and visiting a number of places. So we're grateful to have a leader of his caliber, of somebody you can easily relate to, somebody you can be able to start a conversation without fearing that he'll judge you, but somebody who will value the opinion that you're sharing with him. And Prof. Balfour is that person. And I think it's not a coincidence that we have somebody who's going to be opening an event like this, who resembles, the kind of a leader that embraces ideas of wellness, of support, because we were always looking for a supportive environment, an environment where you can move in and thrive, not an environment that stifles you and excludes you, but a leader like him who always promotes interaction, the well-being of staff, and we are grateful to have him to open up an event. Thanks, Chantel, for having identified Prof to do this kind of a role, and we are appreciative of that. And to Alvaida, who's leading this program, and as well as Nadia, the direct line. Thanks to all of you. And I see familiar faces. I'm taking advantage of me because I'm the director, of course, of this program. I had to be paid for it. I'm grateful also to see familiar faces, and I believe some of them have retired. Blanche, who I know has been leading, wellness at UCT, and I've seen a number of other faces from Stellenbosch, Prof. And I'm grateful as a leader in HR to see that there's more collaboration and we are working together. And I think thanks to you, Alvaida, because I believe it was your initiative when you met the COP with other colleagues and you planted the idea. And I'm grateful for that. I think we need to move further, colleagues, and identify other programs besides wellness. But the start, I think this is a great start to start with wellness. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward, and I welcome my magnificent professor and rector, Professor Balfour, to come and address us.
You know, Good morning, everybody. And when an introduction is that generous, you feel very pressured to live up to the expectations. I wondered whether I should break out in song, to begin today. So, formally then, let me begin by acknowledging our program director, Chantel, our colleagues from UWC. If I could see your hands, who are all our UWC people? Lovely to see you here. Our colleagues from CPUT, where are you in our audience? Welcome, CPUT colleagues. University Stellenbosch colleagues, also here in numbers. Lovely to see you here. Not sure whether we have colleagues from UCT in the audience. Let me check. Welcome. Lovely to meet you and have you here this morning. I see everybody's extremely warmly wrapped up. And I hope that as we begin with our proceedings, that warmth will extend both not only to the bodily form, but also the spirit of our coming together. It's such an important theme to be addressed, and neurodiversity, if I think about it as a term entering into the discourse of our lives, what it began to mean, came to many of us as a kind of strange and new notion. I think for many years we had been aware as a learning community, of course, of the many varieties of neurodiversity. We all know colleagues, for example, who experience bipolar and other related conditions. I remember working early on in my life with a colleague who had Asperger's syndrome. I'm not sure if it's still characterized in described as such in the manuals, but I remember that experience. And in those early years, there wasn't really, I'm talking about 10, 15 years ago, there wasn't really a sensitivity to that level of diversity in the workplace, which really appreciated and came to terms with aspects of psychological and other difference and diversity that had an impact on people's socialization, on their capacity to work effectively in teams, on their needs in the workplace and how these could be supported. And quite often there was a kind of unspoken sense of othering going on. You know, that these colleagues were different and had to fit in or be invisible or be less prominent and not to disturb the kind of mainstream. And it's just, I think in a learning institution, in a higher education environment, we recognized that was problematic, that approach to mainstreaming, silencing, rendering invisible could be deeply problematic and could actually impact, without us realizing it, the functioning of entire groups of people, when we do not recognize that difference really makes a difference, and how we approach it also makes a difference. So this is a special seminar. It's our regional mental health seminar, and it's hosted in partnership. That's important for us, with our team members at CPUT and Stellenbosch University. Lovely that we could be doing this together. And let me begin by thanking our organizers, our UWC HR department, and the Regional Community of Practice for Employee Health and Wellness for creating the space today for us to come together. I want also to say a special word about the important work that is being led by colleagues at UWC in this broad area between HR and our faculties. Mr. Megida, who you've met this morning already, Ms. Elvida Sias, Ms. Nadia Solomons, Prof. Matete Madiba, who's our DVC for student development and support, also provides strategic leadership around inclusion and diversity and the positioning of mental health and well-being for our students as a core institutional responsibility. We have distinguished guests among us. Prof. Anita has already been welcomed this morning. Thank you very much for providing the keynote, but we also have in our midst Ms. Vuyokazi Dwane from CPUT. Vuyokazi, welcome. And then also Dr. Charlotte Kasingura and Dr. Letitia Permel and Dr. Katleho Letlunkani, also a very warm welcome to you. We look forward to listening to you later on. Um, the purpose of the seminar in relation to mental health and wellness, of course, does not occur in isolation. There was an event which was hosted in June which brought together representatives from 18 institutions on this theme. And that colloquium encouraged us to reflect on resilience and explore the use of digital tools like the Wiser chatbot. I think some of you might have remembered that being featured, and to consider what it means to build a culture of care at our campuses. The focus was on moving beyond and towards the development and evaluation of new institutional strategies and frameworks for health and well-being. And building on that momentum then, UWC's Wellness Office and our HR department, working together with student support services and the regional community of practice for employee health and wellness, have undertaken several important initiatives since then. These include participating in national network events to advance inclusive and institutional cultures, and convening, of course, this seminar on neurodiversity and disability. Each of these actions, the activities that have occurred since June, represent steps towards creating a more trauma-informed and inclusive environment across our sector. And at the same time, we recognize that meaningful change requires ongoing effort and a collective responsibility. It's not just an HR or Faculty of Community and Health Sciences that must attend to this in a level of depth. It's in fact all of us should be aware, sensitized, mindful, and learn from one another in understanding the impact of neurodiversity in our environments and how to support each other as such. Because sustaining the importance of this work is also about creating the culture. So even when we come together to signal that this is important, we are in fact signaling to ourselves and everybody around us that we have to bear this in mind. We must be mindful about it as an ongoing activity. We are reminded that many neurodiverse students and staff are excluded not because they lack ability, but because of their ways of thinking and learning do not fit dominant institutional norms. Rather than treating neurodiversity as a limitation, we should be encouraged to adjust the environment, change the spaces, that we recognize in that changing then the value of neurodivergent strengths. Exclusion, when it does occur, often comes from the fact that institutions are structured in particular ways. And it doesn't necessarily come from an individual deficit. Quite often, if you have experience of belonging to or having friends who are neurodiverse, it's quite a high level, I think, of what I would call kind of institutional shaming that sometimes happens. Not feeling like people belong, not feeling that people are welcomed, and seeing that neurodiversity as a problem, an aberration, rather than a part of what it means to be human. To support communities meaningfully, therefore, we have to rethink systems rather than make surface-level adjustments. And this need for systemic change extends also, I have to say, beyond neurodiversity. Mental health pressures continue to affect students and staff across multiple identity groups. It was so interesting to me that in the aftermath of COVID, when companies were surveyed about which groups of people would want to return to in-person office-based interactions, it was mostly the men that were keen to come back to work face-to-face. Yeah, no, I must share those stats with you. What was so interesting was that it was women who preferred. I'm talking in general terms from a study I read in an economics journal. Women who preferred the stay-at-home or work-from-home option. And when asked why, it had not only to do with the nature of women's work in the home, of course that was also a factor, but one of the other factors was the difficulty women experienced in dealing with men in the workplace. You know, and isn't that insightful about how the workplace can sometimes be that space in which we reenact precisely the kind of differences in terms of class, race, privilege, difference, and diversity that make it difficult to interact, difficult to be present. And so that remained for me a key insight in terms of the fact that we don't all come equally into a space. We don't all come with the same levels of enablement or confidence into a space. And that's what I mean by the need to rethink how we should be in the space. People often talk about how you show up these days, you know, how you show up to work. And it means not only how you present yourself, but of course how you present your persona for the activities of work. So I think lasting change, if we are to take seriously those kinds of insights concerning neurodiversity and difference in the workplace and the impact on institutional culture, lasting change has to be conscientiously driven. And we've got to have lots of engagements like this to talk about the issues as they impact us, as we understand them, and achieve an understanding that leads to hopefully an alignment and questioning at the same time of normative assumptions. So as Buthelezi and Brown have said, what we need to be mindful of in organizations is that structures can themselves sometimes undermine well-being. Unintentionally, but nevertheless that happens because they reinforce exclusionary practices. Too often then universities adopt a deficit lens, and it's for this reason that when we talk about strength-based approaches, we should name what those strengths are in people. Not everybody has the same kinds of strengths or brings the same level of intensity to engagement and work and activity. And ideally, sensitivity in managers should cater for a recognition that people are differently strengthed, and rather than limit it, you know. I remember this work around assets-based approaches was developed by Amartya Sen, the Nobel Peace Prize winner some years ago, and that's really begun to kind of embed itself in our thinking, an assets-based approach rather than deficits-based approaches. So creating a sense of academic and professional belonging, I've said, does need deliberate change. It needs many engagements like this. It should also include rethinking our curricula. Interestingly, in the post-COVID moment when we surveyed our students, guess who the students were who did not want to come back to campus? Can anybody hazard a guess? Those groups who said we would rather remain online. Who do you think those groups were? Postgrads, yes, but more widely, others, who would you imagine did not want to come back to face-to-face teaching? No, first years were very eager to come. They hadn't had it, so they wanted that change. But what is so interesting from that study that was done was that it was persons living with disabilities that did not want to come back to campus for face-to-face teaching. Why is that? Colleagues? Yes, because it's exclusionary space. It's not set up to support people with disabilities. And also we don't recognize that having a disability is a challenge in a space where disability is not a normative experience. So being hearing impaired in a space where everybody else isn't is already a challenge to be in that space. And when we ask students with living with disabilities, why don't you want to come back to the lecture theatre and the face-to-face teaching? You know, we think we're like really good at our jobs and you love being with us. They said, well, the online learning and teaching gives us more control over our experience. We can pace it at our own pace. We have more independence. And we're not put into awkward situations where we can't get into a room. There's no wheelchair access, and we need help or being carried up the stairs. And, you know, so mindfulness about what it means to function in a space that's highly normalizing in its impulses. So I think it's not only about systems and culture, it can also be about physical structures and how structures determine how you engage. Structures determine how you engage. Often when I was a dean and we had to redesign lecture room spaces like this, I'd have a little fight, or have a fight with the infrastructure people, because they wanted to fit as many students into a space as this is possible, and these lined road setups were the best way of doing it. And I said, but from an education point of view, actually we don't want people looking at the backs of heads of other people. We want people looking at each other. So, setting up in spaces that enable interaction is also hard work, physical work, to do it, but it's got to be done. So what am I suggesting about all of these factors? I think what I'm trying to present for us this morning is that we shouldn't stop raising awareness in any given moment of how difference can make an impact on inclusion or the experience of exclusion. We should take every opportunity we have in the workplace and in the classroom to ask in an explicit way who among us needs support in special ways, and to make that form of disclosure welcoming and positive, not a sense of shame, and pity. No. If we are about a learning community, we should be about experience of inclusion. And we must embed everything that we practice. Into our systems, into our thinking about design, into our culture, and so on, at every given opportunity. At UWC, our commitment to inclusion, as you can hear, I think, in my discussion with you, is a dynamic commitment. It considers many different aspects of the learning experience: the online, the physical, the virtual, the inclusionary, the diversity, and so on. And that is a dynamic approach. It's got to take into account that social anxiety and neurodivergence sit hand in hand with each other a lot of the time, and that impacts how many people can interact. So in my closing reflections, let's remember that the work of inclusion is not about fixing individuals. It's about redesigning ourselves as an institution. It's not so much about accommodation of difference. It's about recognizing that difference is essential to the human condition. It's essential to the human condition. And understanding that wealth of difference is what creates an inclusionary experience. And then finally, progress is possible through simple actions. As we think about Nelson Mandela, simple actions can lead to significant changes in experience. Listening, acting with intent, mindfulness are not only relational skills, they can also be taught. They are not only relational skills, they can also be taught. And ultimately, what they do is to help us care for each other as an organization, rather than only a group of individuals. So thank you again for being together with us this morning. Thank you for the importance of this event today at the end of the special week, and thinking of Madiba and how his example concerning inclusion in fact changed many of our patterns in this country and ways of thinking. And I want to wish you well for the important work that lies ahead in the program that's coming up. Thank you, everybody.
What a powerful opening. Ladies and gentlemen, our Rector and Vice-Chancellor of the University of the Western Cape, Professor Robert Balfour, really sharing with us so many insightful thoughts as we begin this journey and we begin this conversation today around concepts. Do we perpetuate through our practices within our institutions inclusion or exclusion? We look at the concept, as well as Prof highlighted, of othering each other, and how do we then bring everyone together so that we can create supportive environments, responsive environments? Do we create spaces and systems that enable and don't break down? So, Prof, I'd like to thank you for speaking to us about the fact that the work of inclusion, and I've actually written this down, I loved it. The work of inclusion is not about fixing, but redesigning ourselves. Thank you very much for your wonderful opening, and welcome to our audience today. And ladies and gentlemen, that really does lay the platform and lay the foundation for what this seminar is intended to be about creating a space for us to collaborate and collectively explore and learn in terms on the intersection of neurodiversity and mental well-being. I'd like to therefore encourage all of us to use this wonderful opportunity to ask questions and to engage with our esteemed speakers and exhibitors today. We do have a remarkable lineup of presenters who will guide us through diverse perspectives and insights. And it is really through these partnerships that we will be better equipped to shape the future of mental health support in higher education and beyond. I would like to introduce our keynote speaker for today, Professor Anita Padmanabhanuni, the Dean of the Faculty of Community and Health Sciences at the University of the Western Cape. Professor Padmanabhanuni is a professor of psychology and the Dean of CHS at UWC. She's a registered counseling psychologist and holds a PhD in psychology and a master's degree in counseling psychology from Rhodes University. Professor Padmanabhanuni is a National Research Foundation C2-rated researcher recognized for her established track record in mental health research. Throughout her career, she has been dedicated to advancing evidence-based practice in mental health care, as well as identifying and developing strategies to enhance psychological resilience amongst individuals and communities. A significant portion of Prof's work has focused on mental health needs of vulnerable and undeserved populations, including university students and frontline healthcare professionals, particularly in the context of trauma, stress, and systemic inequality. Professor Padmanabhanuni has published extensively in peer-reviewed national and international journals and has been successful in attracting both local and international grant funding, including support from the prestigious Wellcome Trust. She's an active member of the Cognitive Behavior Therapy Association of South Africa and an advocate for the integration of evidence-based mental health services into broader health and community systems. In her leadership role at UWC, Professor Padmanabhanuni champions community-engaged scholarship, interprofessional collaboration, and socially responsive teaching and learning. It is my great honor to welcome her to address us as the keynote speaker for our mental health regional seminar today. Thank you.
Good morning, and my apologies for the delay. Prof. Robert Balfour, our Rector and Vice Chancellor, Mr. Meko Magida, our Director of HR, members of the University Executive, our guests from other neighboring institutions, and my colleagues from UWC. It is an honor to be with you today at this regional colloquium focusing on employee wellness in higher education, and to speak to the intersection of mental health, disability, inclusion, and institutional culture. Mental health has emerged as one of the most urgent and complex challenges across the higher education sector, not just for our students, but for our staff, that is our academics and our administrative staff. We are seeing rising levels of psychological distress, including burnout, anxiety, loneliness, and trauma-related symptoms among those who serve, support, teach, and lead within our institutions. The pressures of academic and administrative work create conditions that many are struggling to navigate. And yet, mental health challenges often remain invisible. They are not always disclosed, not always recognized, and not always accommodated. We speak of disability management, but how do we manage what isn't always visible? How do we include those who do not always feel safe enough to come forward? Mental health is deeply impacted by institutional culture, by the language of care, and by whether or not we truly create spaces of psychological safety. In recent years, I've noticed a creeping trend in higher education, and that is the adoption of corporate language, corporate metrics, and corporate mindsets. Words like performance, outputs, efficiency, and productivity dominate our institutional conversations. KPIs, deliverables, and strategic targets begin to shape not just what we do, but how we value ourselves and how we value each other. But the reality is that universities are not corporations, and they were never meant to be. The mission of a university is not to maximize profit. It is to pursue knowledge, foster critical inquiry, cultivate thoughtful citizenship, and serve the public good. Academic and administrative work are at their core a profoundly human endeavor. It is the pursuit of knowledge and administrative excellence through the cultivation of people. It thrives on relationships, on mentorship, on dialogue, on shared discovery, and on quiet acts of guidance and care. These are not just tasks or deliverables. They are acts of connection, of purpose, and of meaning. When we measure academic life by corporate standards, we risk eroding the very values that define it. If we want to create mentally healthy academic environments, we must remember that a university is not just a site of production. It is a community of purpose, a space of inquiry and care, and a public institution with a moral responsibility. One of the most pervasive mental health challenges, particularly among staff in higher education, is burnout. Although it is not recognized as a disability, it is disabling. It is a state of emotional, physical, and cognitive exhaustion caused by prolonged and repeated exposure to stress. And unlike acute stress, burnout does not happen suddenly. It is a slow erosion of our energy, motivation, and psychological well-being. In our universities, we know burnout is fueled by a combination of factors, including high workloads, resource constraints that stretch departments and individuals thin, and juggling both professional responsibilities with family, caregiving, and home-related demands. Now, I want to draw a clear distinction between burnout and intentional sacrifice made in pursuit of a personal or a professional goal. Many of us in higher education are no strangers to long working hours, late nights, or working through weekends. Whether it is preparing for promotion, uploading marks, applying for a competitive research grant, or mentoring a student towards success. These moments of intense effort are often driven by purpose. They are aligned with personal aspirations and grounded in a sense of meaning. This kind of sacrifice, while demanding, can be motivating and fulfilling. It is chosen, it has an end point. It is anchored in the belief that the hard work is in service of something worthwhile, and that the cost, at least temporarily, is worth it. Burnout, on the other hand, is not sacrifice in pursuit of meaning. Burnout leaves us emotionally numb, physically drained, and psychologically detached from the people and the work that once mattered. The danger arises when we conflate the two, when all overwork is framed as noble. And yet, we often respond to burnout with individual level interventions. We offer mindfulness sessions, stress management and resilience workshops, lunchtime seminars, and we encourage people to take time off. And these supports are valuable and important, but the problem persists. It persists because the problem is not individual stress, it is institutional culture. In many higher education settings, taking time off is equated with falling behind. I know many colleagues, as well as myself, who experience a sense of guilt for taking time off and the worry of returning to an overflowing inbox, mounting responsibilities, or being perceived as less than committed. In this culture, rest becomes another source of stress, and wellness becomes something you fit in, rather than something the institution is structured to support. Burnout persists not because people are unaware of it or necessarily unwilling to seek help. It persists because we have institutionalized it. We have normalized overwork, and in many cases, we have even celebrated it. We reward hyper-responsiveness as a marker of professionalism. We praise those who reply to emails within minutes, who are available after hours, who show up on weekends, not because they have to, but because they're seen as dedicated and committed. In this type of institutional culture, wellness will always be subordinate to productivity. So if not lunchtime seminars on wellness and stress management workshops, then what? I believe that what is needed is a deep cultural shift, a re-examination of the beliefs we hold about work, success, commitment, and productivity, and a collective redefining of what it means to be a healthy, high-functioning academic community. Because a culture that rewards exhaustion will always be at odds with a system that claims to care. So, how do we achieve this profound cultural shift? Cultural change doesn't begin with policy documents or wellness campaigns. It begins with behavior. Consistent, visible, and value-driven actions that signal a different way of working, relating, and being. In psychology, we refer to this as behavioral modeling, the idea that people learn not from what we say, but from what we do. Culture is shaped by the behaviors that are rewarded, normalized, and repeated. If we want to shift the culture of burnout, we must begin with the small, everyday choices that collectively define our working environment. These small acts are not merely symbolic, but when they are practiced collectively, 1,000 small acts become a form of quiet transformation of individual culture. It begins with not sending emails at 6 p.m. on a Friday evening, or a WhatsApp message at 3 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon. Not because somebody told us not to, but because we recognize that availability and reachability should not be a proxy for commitment. Availability and reachability should not be a proxy for our value and our worth, or the value and worth of our colleagues. It includes taking leave without guilt and encouraging others to do the same, without the unsaid expectation of being constantly reachable. These small actions challenge the hidden curriculum of our institutions, the unspoken messages that say burnout is normal, self-sacrifice is expected, and your worth is measured by your output. The concept of resilience is deeply embedded in the culture of higher education. It is often held up as a mark of excellence, even moral strength. We admire those who push past hardship, who show up despite immense personal difficulty, who continue to produce, publish, teach, and lead, even when everything in their lives says they need to pause. We praise the inner strength and fortitude of staff who return to work just days after losing someone they loved. We applaud those who keep going after traumatic events. We elevate stories of colleagues who have succeeded despite profound adversity, navigating poverty, migration, loss, systemic discrimination, as if their endurance is proof of their worth. But we rarely pause to ask, why did they have to be so resilient in the first place? And what does it say about our institutions and our society that we not only expect but reward this level of unrelenting strength? When we commend and celebrate resilience in this way, we are often admiring a person's capacity to endure and withstand circumstances they should never have had to face. Chronic inequality, poverty, marginalization, trauma, and inherited injustice. These are not marks of personal failure and should not require overcoming, but of systemic shortcomings. This celebration of resilience becomes problematic when it obscures the structural conditions that make such endurance necessary. It risks romanticizing suffering, and it turns individual survival into institutional pride. It places the burden of care squarely on the shoulders of individuals. Resilience in this context is not a personal triumph. It is often a requirement for survival in systems and in a society that does not yet offer genuine safety, support, and inclusion. So instead of celebrating resilience and asking how people become resilient, what we need to ask is, how do we build institutions where resilience is not demanded, but where it is honored when offered freely, not extracted as the price of participation? How do we create a society and institutions where resilience isn't measured by how much hardship someone can survive, but where thriving becomes the standard and dignity, opportunity, and care are not earned through struggle, but ensured as a basic condition of belonging? Now, I want to be absolutely clear. This is not an indictment of UWC or of any institution. UWC is my intellectual and my professional home. It is the institution that has shaped me, challenged me, and given me the space and freedom to grow. And I speak from a place of deep respect and personal investment in my UWC. Rather, what I am naming is part of a broader pattern, a reflection of the wider sector and society in which we are all embedded. They are endemic to the culture of higher education more broadly, and they mirror the structural inequalities of the society we serve. We are all doing our best within systems that are not always designed for care, equity, or sustainability. And it is precisely because I believe in the potential of institutions like UWC that I raise these questions, not as a critique, but as an invitation. An invitation to reimagine how we work, how we support one another, and how we build communities where well-being is not the exception, but the norm. Now, I want to take a step away from UWC in the South African higher education context to another higher education context, and that is of Frey University, Brussels, and the work of the late former rector, Caroline Pauwels. I was deeply moved by her vision of a compassionate university, one in which compassion is not simply a soft skill or an individual virtue, but a core institutional value embedded in systems, policy, leadership, and everyday practice. Her leadership didn't just promote compassion as an ideal, it formalized it as a guiding framework for how the university could think, decide, and relate. She embedded it into the very structure and practices of her institution. One of the most powerful expressions of this commitment is the Monument of Comfort at VUB campus, unveiled in 2019. It is a literal space on VUB campus dedicated to silence, reflection, and shared grief. Every year, VUB holds a moment of comfort, inviting all staff and students to gather, remember, and connect in the wake of loss. Now, what makes this monument so meaningful is that it signals that loss, illness, suffering, trauma, and grief are not private issues to navigate alone. They are part of who we are and part of our life story, and therefore deserving of collective recognition. So, inspired by this, I began to introduce the idea of institutionalizing compassion at UWC. And I hope to see this idea within my own faculty, which is Community and Health Sciences, and to invite a broader conversation about what it could mean for us. And there was much debate and critical engagement, which I did not anticipate. Not rejection, not hostility, but a kind of questioning. And the question sounded like this: aren't we already a compassionate university? Don't we treat each other with compassion? Why do we need somebody external to come and teach us compassion? Is this not yet another model from the global north imposed upon us? Now, these responses are valid and they're important, and I believe they can be understood in two ways. The first is a protective stance that is rooted in institutional pride and a defensiveness born of historical memory and historical woundedness, of having values and frameworks imposed upon us by former colonial powers and by an apartheid state. It is a natural resistance to the idea that someone from outside needs to tell us who we are or how we should relate to each other. The second, and perhaps more uncomfortable interpretation, is that this resistance also reflects an internal discomfort. The possibility that we may not be as compassionate as we believe ourselves to be. That to embed compassion institutionally would require us to confront hard truths about how we treat one another, how we manage distress, and how we respond to vulnerability, both in policy and in practice. When we look at the rising levels of psychological distress, the prevalence of burnout, loneliness, anxiety, and depression, and the disparities in how support is accessed and distributed, we are confronted with a difficult question. Are we truly living out the compassion we claim to hold? Or have we settled into a narrative of care that is more aspirational than embodied? Now, this is not an indictment. It is an invitation to reflect honestly, to acknowledge where we fall short, and to have the courage to ask, what would it mean to become the compassionate universities we believe we are? Not in name, but in practice. Because compassion is not weakness. It is accountability grounded in an ethic of care. I believe deeply that institutions like UWC, with our history of struggle, resistance, and fortitude, are uniquely placed not just to ask these questions, but to lead by example in answering them. I want to speak to the construct of Ubuntu, which has also long dominated educational and psychological discourse. And I'm sure we've all heard of the word, so often, in fact, that it risks becoming hollow. My students now roll their eyes if I mention it in class. Not because they disagree with it, but because, like any powerful idea that is overused and underlived, it has become diluted. Its repetition has stripped it of its original force. Ubuntu is often invoked as a shining emblem of South African identity, a declaration of our collective humanity, a reminder that I am because we are. It is frequently used in formal speeches, in academic partnerships, in meetings with international scholars, as a way of offering something uniquely South African, something noble, deeply rooted, and ethically aspirational. But we must ask, does Ubuntu, as it is often used today, reflect our current realities, or is it a relic of what we wish still defined us? We must be careful not to use Ubuntu as a branding tool for international consumption, while ignoring the work that it demands of us locally. The truth is, Ubuntu has in many ways become a ceremonial construct, pulled out to impress, to differentiate, to inspire. Yet within our own institutions and across our society, the spirit of this construct is not often lived. In practice, we often see disconnection, individualism, deep inequality, and exclusion, far removed from the ideals that Ubuntu is meant to represent. That isn't to say that Ubuntu has lost its value. On the contrary, its original intention, to affirm our shared humanity and mutual responsibility, is more urgent than ever. But to reclaim it, we must interrogate it. We must reflect on whether it still shapes how we treat one another in our policies, our decisions, our hierarchies, and our interactions. I want to use the construct of Ubuntu not as a rhetorical device, but as a compass for the cultural shift we so urgently need. At its heart, Ubuntu is not just about kindness or community in an abstract sense. It is about a mutual recognition of worth. It is about empathy and compassion, not just for other people, but for ourselves. To be empathic and compassionate towards ourselves, to acknowledge our limits, our fatigue, our need for rest, is difficult in a culture that so often values output over well-being. Empathy and compassion are made possible and sustainable when we are affirmed by others, when we are reminded through action, not just words, that we matter. What has diminished in our society is not our inherent ability to care, but our capacity for empathy and compassion. That isn't to say that we are no longer empathic or compassionate. On the contrary, many of us still feel deeply. But our empathic reflex has become dulled, not out of apathy, but from overexposure to pain and suffering. We are bombarded daily with stories of trauma, injustice, violence, and suffering, on the news, in our communities, and sometimes in our own lives. And over time, this constant proximity to pain and suffering can wear us down. It creates a kind of emotional numbing, a jadedness, a quiet turning away. A turning away not because we don't care, but because we've been carrying too much for too long, and because we've had to build walls to protect what is left of our emotional reserves. It may also be a defense against a sense of helplessness, a way of protecting ourselves from the weight of suffering that we bear witness to. We do care. We speak out, we write commentaries, we join protests, we sign petitions, we appeal to those in power. But when these efforts are met with silence or inaction, when change feels painfully slow or entirely out of reach, disillusionment sets in. And so rather than feel powerless again, we begin to distance ourselves. Not because we've stopped caring, but because caring in the face of unmoved systems can feel unbearable. In that sense, our defensiveness is not a lack of empathy. It's a response to repeated disappointment, a shield against the sorrow of caring deeply in a world that does not always respond. But if we are serious about building inclusive institutions, about honoring mental health and well-being, then we must be willing to examine these walls, to ask what have we lost in the process of hardening ourselves, and what is the cost of not being able or willing to truly feel. Because to include others fully, especially those who are hurting, those who are different, those whose needs make us uncomfortable, requires more than awareness. It requires emotional availability. It requires us to reclaim compassion and empathy, not as a private feeling, but as a collective responsibility. Because without this, empathy and compassion remain mere constructs and aspirations. I believe that the foundation of well-being, mental and emotional well-being, is not found in isolation. It is found in connection. It is in feeling seen, heard, and believing that you are valued and worthwhile. It is in believing that you matter. It is in shared stories, mutual care, and compassion that we find our strength, whether through friendships, relationships with colleagues, mentorship, family, or community. Connection gives us the emotional scaffolding to endure adversity, to grow, and to flourish. But what does this all mean for higher education institutions? And how does it speak to the themes of mental health, inclusion, and disability? It means that if we are serious about building healthier, more compassionate, and empathic institutions, we must recognize that well-being is not just a matter of access to services. It is a matter of how we relate to each other. To shift the social systems that perpetuate distress, exclusion, and silence, we must take on both an individual and a collective responsibility. It means we stop waiting for the solution to come from above, from a new policy, a different leadership style, or an external consultant. It starts with how we hold space for discomfort, how we hold space for pain, grief, and suffering. Not to fix it, not to rush past it, but simply to honor it. Meaningful change begins not in grand declarations, but in the daily deliberate choices we make. To say your suffering is real and you do not have to carry it alone. That is the essence of being a truly inclusive and compassionate institution. Not one that avoids hardship, pain, and suffering, but one that has the courage to sit with it, to make room for the full range of human experience, and to affirm that compassion and care are not detours from academic and administrative excellence, but they are in fact the path to it. It is my hope that this colloquium on employee wellness and mental health affords us the space to critically engage with the deeper questions that too often go unspoken. Questions about how our institutions function, what they demand of us, and how we care for the people we share this space with. That it creates room not just for strategies and interventions, but for reflection and honesty about the cultures that we have inherited, the ones we are sustaining, and the ones we want to create. And with that, I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Anita Padmanabhanuni from the Faculty of Community and Health Sciences at UWC. Prof, I'd like you to take center stage for us just for a brief moment, please. As a small token of appreciation from the Regional Community of Practice for Employer Health and Wellbeing, we'd like to thank you for delivering the keynote address at today's seminar. Thank you. I would like to recognize and thank you, Prof, for your keynote address, which really brought us back to why we are here, why are we having this conversation. I liked your concept around institutionalizing compassion. And I'd like to extend that challenge not only to UWC, but to all our institutions, that it's not just about the policies and the structures that we put in place. It reminded me so much of a Stoic philosophy, or a Stoic quote by Epictetus. Do not explain your philosophy, embody it. And so when we do speak about Ubuntu, we need to live out the spirit of Ubuntu. We need to promote conversations about inclusion and not exclusion. We need to become compassionate universities and have reflections and look at the hard truths about how we engage with one another, how we treat one another, and how we normalize mental ill health and not supporting one another. We need to shift the culture. So thank you very much for sharing with us. Before we break for tea, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like you to loosen up a little bit in your seats. We will be doing a wellness activity. The reason we wanted to include this as part of our program is because we recognize that mindfulness is an important practice that can be brought into your day-to-day lives to really enhance mental well-being. And so we do hope that you do enjoy this short interlude being brought to us by Headspace. Thank you very much for being part of our program. I'd like to invite you up to the front, and we look forward to sharing in this well-being experience. Thank you.
Day-to-day, sitting at your desk, when you start to feel
Ladies, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed that activity brought to us by Shiona from Headspace. Thank you so much, Shiona. That was fantastic. Thank you. And I think for many of us, initially, maybe it felt a little bit strange because we're not used to being comfortable to take a pause, to reset. But this practice is really something that you can build into your daily habits and something you can practice at your desk. The aim of chair yoga and why this particular activity was selected for today is because it's something you can incorporate into the workplace to really reduce stress, boost mood, refocus as well. So it's a way of resetting your body and your mind so that you can carry on with the day, and really about being mindful for just a brief moment. So thank you very much to Shiona and to Headspace. It was great to have you with us on our program. Ladies and gentlemen, our program is running approximately 15 minutes behind schedule, but we will be breaking for tea now. We ask that you please use the opportunity to network with the colleagues from our different universities, as well as our exhibitors who have joined us today from various mental health support services. And we will then reconvene at 11:15 to continue with the program for today, and quite informative sessions coming to us with our speakers. Ms. Vuyokazi Dwane presenting on scaffolding for neurodiversity in higher education. And then with the following speaker being best practices for creating neurodiverse friendly working environments. That will be brought to us by Dr. Charlotte Kasiringwa from Tygerberg Hospital. So we will reconvene at 15:15. We ask that you do enjoy this brief tea break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we do hope that you've enjoyed that very short networking and tea break. It was wonderful to actually step out of the venue for a brief moment and notice the wonderful music and dancing and networking happening. And we do hope that you have enjoyed that brief leg stretch before we continue with our program. Before I introduce our next speaker, I'd just like to introduce to you that a bit later during our program, so after our lunch break today, we will be having a panel discussion, and we will have a number of experts on the panel to really consolidate some of the key insights from today's seminar, but also address any questions. So to make that an engaging session and to ensure that we get the best out of why we are here, we have created a platform for you to post your questions. If you can ask Leanne to kindly open up the QR code. We are moving with the times and really trying to embrace the digital age. So on screen, you'll see a QR code. There you go. If you hold your phones up to the screen, it will take you to a platform where you can post your questions that you perhaps wish to be addressed by our panelists this afternoon. We will obviously moderate it as best possible. We might only be able to get through a few of the questions this afternoon, but you are welcome to post your questions, and we will ensure the opportunity is there to address some of your concerns, comments, etc. Thank you. We will leave that up for a few moments whilst I introduce our guest speaker for this afternoon, Ms. Vuyokazi Dwane, the Senior Director for Human Capital from the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. It really is an honor to have you with us, ma'am. Ms. Vuyokazi Dwane started her career as a change management, organizational development, and project management consultant at blue chip organizations, including Accenture, Deloitte, NAMPAC, National Treasury, and Standard Bank. Her clients include the Shuttleworth Foundation, which partnered with the Department of Basic Education for the first African in Space project. As Education Outreach Coordinator, Ms. Dwane was responsible for managing the relationship with the department and the African in Space project and project management of this flagship initiative, HIP2B, which focused on encouraging learner take-up of mathematics and science. The establishment of 102 Dinaledi schools and teacher excellence awards for maths and science education, positioning them as cool in the UIF, Woolworths Food, Portnet, and the Office of the Premier for Gauteng Province. Since 2007, Ms. Dwane has held C-suite roles in both private and public sectors, during which time she has been responsible for developing and implementing people strategies, facilitating the transformation of organizational cultures and practices, rooting these in values that reflect Ubuntu, and Imvesane, meaning humanness and compassion. Ms. Dwane's leadership passion is creating opportunities for empowerment and growth of people and an environment that brings their strengths to the fore. Her successes in doing so include preparing 2 HR business partners for executive roles, one immediately succeeding her and another following an operations route, who is now the operations executive for a former employer. A courageous, ethical, and empowering leader. Vuyokazi Dwane's trademark is engaging and including people in crafting solutions that impact them. Vuyokazi's interest in neurodivergence is child-led. Following the diagnosis of her own children, which led to her own and the current application into transforming workplace policies, practices, and environments towards facilitating belonging. As an ICF certified professional coach, Ms. Vuyokazi Dwane's contribution focuses on transformative conversations with people who, in life stages and circumstances they may find themselves, are seeking and yearning. Having experienced a significant transformation of her own, Ms. Vuyokazi Dwane's journey with individuals and teams as they evolve towards optimal ways of working and being. Please join me in welcoming to the podium our guest speaker presenting Scaffolding for Neuro-Inclusive Higher Education Environments, Ms. Vuyokazi Dwane. Thank you.
Morning. That was a lot. It's strange because you write stuff because you want to get the attention of people, but it's a bit weird to listen to it being read out. But anyway, so colleagues, thank you so much for having me to talk about something that I am very passionate about. A disclaimer is I have on my shoulder my inner critic, and it's this syndrome, what's it, imposter syndrome. So, but I'm gonna tell them to shut up. So, colleagues, as you've heard, my passion about neurodivergence is the result of my children. 8 years ago, I didn't know any of this terminology. I didn't know what the spectrum was. And so I have journeyed with them, and eventually it got to a point where I realized that I'm the common denominator here. So, and so I'm going through my own process of diagnosis. So that's the basis of my passion. I have structured a presentation. And I had to make an assumption about where this conversation is starting, because, you know, and I've noticed that more and more I'm seeing it, but I guess it's the same as if you're buying a white car, then you start to see a lot of white cars. I actually don't know how long the conversation has been happening, but I do know that that there has been a surge in just people's awareness, interest, and engagement with the topic of neurodiversity and neurodivergence. So I'm going to start with some definitions. What's up on the screen is a definition of neurodiversity and neurodivergence. And what I want to say when I put this slide up is that all of us can be described as neurodiverse. So in the same way that we have different color hair, different color eyes, etc., all of us are neurodiverse in the sense that we process information in unique ways. So the way that one person processes is not the same. Neurodivergence, however, is described as, and often I think we find the conversation in the space of disability, and and this is where I started engaging with my colleagues. I said it's not a disability, it's a conditioning, it's a neuro conditioning. But I guess what happens is that in the way that it manifests itself in a neurotypical environment may then require a person to seek some kind of accommodation or certain adjustments so that their neuroconditioning is able to operate optimally within that environment. This is what the spectrum looks like. And in there is a whole range of terms I'm sure many of us have heard, used. I mean, how many times do you hear people talking about, oh, that one has OCD? Or dyslexia, I think, is one that I've always been aware of. Tourette's syndrome is another that you know, I have encountered, but I had seen reference to Tourette's syndrome on TV much earlier than I actually encountered it. And I actually had the privilege of working with somebody with Tourette's, and there was some very interesting learnings that came out of that. ADHD, so all of those are terms that we are familiar with. And so when people talk about the spectrum, this is what they're talking about. It's not a single condition, but it's a collection. And a person can have a combination of these. And yeah, so that is just some terminology that relates to the neurodivergent, to the spectrum. It's referred to as the autism spectrum, but that's the range of neurodivergent conditions that are implied when we talk about neurodivergence. As I said earlier, I wasn't familiar with this conversation 8 years ago, and this graph really is an indication of how diagnoses, so the awareness has picked up quite significantly, as you can see, from about the mid to late 2000s. And that's the result of a number of things. Definitions have been broadened, and resulting in more adults being diagnosed. I think as we have become familiar with what neurodivergence is. I want to share an anecdote which now explains what I said when I was introducing myself and my family, is that my older sister was born in the United Kingdom, in London, in 1968. And I remember my mother saying that, your sister's gifted, your sister's gifted. And I just thought that meant that she was really clever. I didn't know anything beyond that. What I've come to learn is that giftedness is one of the conditions that are on the spectrum. And for a long time, it was glorified because, you know, she's gifted, she's clever, etc. Which also made it difficult for any kind of clinical intervention, because I think we think that if people are gifted and they're clever, they should be able to cope with everything. And I think what I want to say is that there are a range of so you'll have that initial diagnosis of the condition that relates to neurodivergence, and then because of lack of knowledge, and as a result of that, limited support, etc., for a gifted child. Why does she need? Because she knows, you know, academically how to deal with the material, is that secondary psychological, mental health conditions are often found side by side with the primary diagnosis. So many times, often, people who are diagnosed with a condition of neurodivergence will also be treated for depression, anxiety, etc. And there are a number of reasons for that, but one of the things that I learned is that I used to listen to my son ask me after I had reprimanded him whether I loved him. So he always sought affirmation. And the other thing that I noticed is that because he had this inability to make sense of certain facial expressions, and it would be in that conversation, he would translate that into, so he couldn't make sense of it, and so then what he would do is to go to the, whatever it is, to the negative side of whatever conclusion that he was, that he reached as a result, and that breeds anxiety, and after a while, we started to realize that some of his behaviors were actually an expression of the fact that he's anxious. So that is what has been happening in this conversation and the growth of awareness regarding neurodivergence. I've put this slide together because I think it's important for us to be aware of how the studies, the theory, the literature has been largely based on the presentation of neurodivergence in males. It's starting to change, but for a long time, and if you look back in history, what one will find is just how men and boys are described. And often it is in terms of either being volatile, very energetic, etc. And so for many decades, girls and women went undiagnosed because of this concept, which I'll deal with in the next slide. But girls were, and I remember as a preteen being described as a daydreamer, amongst other things, and so that has resulted in the diagnosis in relation to women and girls happening at a later stage. And by the time that diagnosis happens, that individual has experienced a lot of uncertainty, not knowing, not fitting in. And I remember that as a teenager, my father took me to retired maths teachers, etc., because he just couldn't figure it out. And I suspect, because by the time I started on this journey, my parents had passed away, but I suspect that what it was them trying to figure out why there was a mismatch between my IQ test and my performance at school. And very specifically and very recently, I have come to realize that one of the conditions that I have is dyscalculia, the incapacity to deal with anything numeric, mathematical, etc. To this day, when I write a psychometric assessment and I'm confronted with anything numerical, mathematical, in a pressured environment. So if I'm writing a psychometric assessment, if I give myself time, I will work through and I'll find how to calculate a percentage. I don't need to do that anymore because you just put it in a spreadsheet. But when we were growing up, we needed to, and the times tables and so on and so on. And so you can imagine as a child, your father's taking you to this beautiful old lady who has this cottage somewhere and her cats, and then she gives you a, I didn't know why I was there. And then she'd give me a squash ball and she'd say, imagine that, there's ink. This is full of ink. And so, she'd make me close my eyes and roll my feet on this ball. And then she'd make me walk backwards. And I had no clue. So I didn't know what this was. And when I mentioned this to our family worker, she said, it's just so sad how we sometimes don't explain to our children what it is that is going on, because now I just have to guess what was going on in my parents' minds. And as a result, I think, it all kind of coagulates. I experienced my first clinical depression when I was 25. I was probably depressed before that, but I think that's when I sought help, and then this kind of information starts to make sense. What does it look like? There's a whole range of behaviors. I don't have any anymore. I don't know what happened to it. But as a child, and I used to get teased about this, and so you can imagine the anxiety. And I think it was, I used to blink a lot. And so they'd say, if you want to know whether Uvyogazi is telling the truth, just look at her, she's going to blink. and so the assumption was that that was an admission of guilt, but it was probably just anxiety because I was under pressure. So there's a lot of these activities that my daughter has a stutter. My son had some guttural thing that he used to do, which the doctors say, no, there's nothing wrong with his throat. And even the doctors couldn't figure it out. And eventually, it started to make sense that it was a stim. And it's I can't, but anyway, but he does it every now and again, and I know that he's doing it. Pardon? Is it a growl? Yeah. But his is, that's what it is. He goes, and so I was like, is he asthmatic? And the doctor said, no, but it's his stim. And every night, so I see it less, I hear it less now. But when he was very young, he used to do that almost consistently. I'd be sitting in the car and get like, what? Stop it. But I know better now. Hyperfocus, so I've spoken about and deep curiosity. So one of the things that were a telltale sign about my son, and colleagues, I'm talking about this, but I'm going to transition to information about the workplace and the classroom. So one of the telltale signs was his, there were a few things, but one of the telltale signs was his Spider-Man. So everything for about 4 years was Spider-Man. And I now see it, so as he grows, I see it in different things. And I have now come to know that if my son puts his mind to anything, you better believe that it's going to happen. And that's the hyper-focus, whereas with girls, it might be being spaced out, etc. Exhaustion is a big one. And hypersensitivity to criticism, I've spoken about that, and overstimulation and overwhelm. At the end of the day, I, as an introvert, who talks a lot and is in constant engagement with people, because strangely, I love working with people, but at the end of the day, all I want is silence. I want. And I used to say to my children, I need to be in a cool, dark room. And that for me is I guess when I start to recover from what's happened in the day. I've put this slide up because extreme demand avoidance is something that we need to be aware of. When I first heard about it, it was when I was being taught how to give my son an instruction. And they said, you need to suggest it. I'm like, what? He must brush his teeth, what do you mean? But what I've realized, and I had to take it seriously because my son does not realize when he's hungry. He doesn't. And I think he doesn't. So, this mind-body thing, it might be because he's preoccupied with something else. He does not know when he's hungry. And so he never thinks that, haven't eaten breakfast, we're going on a drive, whatever, and can't. And so his being hungry is always a crisis. My colleagues who are in the office know that when my son gets hungry, everybody must run around because then he's really hungry. Then he will play a soccer match and he hasn't eaten. So because he's 12 now, no, Mom, I'm not hungry. I'm like, but you must eat. So I've now had to, and then we have a meltdown. We have a meltdown, and everything is unreasonable, and I say to him, are you hungry? No, I'm not hungry, because don't tell me. And eventually he'll go away and he'll say, thanks, Mom. But the stuff that came out of his mouth before that. But also, I think what I want is that it's important that we're aware, particularly, I started having this conversation with one of our ER managers, where he was telling me something about a colleague and the disciplinary process that they were being taken through, et cetera, et cetera. And I said, is that person really being insolent, or is it possible that this person might be on the spectrum, and maybe what we're seeing is extreme demand avoidance? And it includes all of those that are listed on the right-hand side. I assume that these slides are going to be shared with your colleagues. I want to talk about task initiation and transition struggles and stress and time scarcity. So my presentation. So when I embark on a task, and I'm only showing these because it's relatable and easy for me to share, and hopefully it'll connect with something that you have seen or are going to see or already aware of, is that and also perfectionism, is that, now I won't talk about myself, now I'll talk about my daughter. So my daughter is a first-year student. She's studying design, something that she absolutely loves. She did art at high school. She did very well at it, and she's just growing as a designer stroke artist. And so, like my son, when she puts her mind to doing something, you better believe it's going to be excellent. And so it's been interesting to watch her create really beautiful artwork, but getting no sleep in the process, missing deadlines too. And so, like me at Varsity, what she does is that she factors that -5%. So whatever it is that the lecturer says as a threat, if you're late, you're going to, she factors that in. So she knows that now it has to be really good. And so, because eventually I had because this is now her second term, I said to her, you're going to have to, at some point, just learn to do something just good enough, just well enough. And that's her journey, but I guess I've planted the seed. I'm the same, so I will not release a document or something that I'm doing until I look at it and I think, yes. And then it'll go. Always number 99. Always. always 99.com, but I can lay my life and my reputation on it because I poured myself into it. And that is why task initiation and transition is really, really hard, because I think at the end of that, you just spent because you've put everything into it. And this is important because then what we need to start thinking about is, in the event that we know, or when a declaration has been made, how is the demand that we place on colleagues, students, when we know, when we have the privilege of that knowledge, do we do it in a way that enables them to live into that strength and that passion? Because when we get that right, then what we will get will be excellent. And recently I was reading an article about how the traditional job description is in the process of evolving. And there's this thinking around competency, and stacking those competencies, and that's what somebody is responsible for. So you stack the competencies and you know that this person is your top-notch Rolls-Royce administrator. So if you need forms, create whatever it is that's administrative, you give it to that person. Whereas this person is more of a creative, blue sky, wants to find information, put it together, and create something beautiful. That's enough about that. Late submissions. So I'm now starting to talk about students. And part of this also has an implication on how we communicate. So when I was looking for information about students and how this neurodivergence manifests in their life, there was a section, and colleagues, there's a whole lot of information on this neurodiversityhub.org that talks about students. It's one of the universities, I think in the UK, where they have created an aid for academics who deal with students and helping them to understand why. And this might even be a prompt for a conversation. Your submissions are always late. Is there something that you want to tell me about it? And maybe they didn't even know that they needed to be assessed for a condition or other of neurodivergence. So where does this place us? It places us in a space where we need to start thinking and talking about what neuro-inclusion looks like, both in the office and also in the lecture theatre. I've often thought about how many people that I grew up with, or how many people that I didn't grow up with, but just, who just fell off the wayside because they were super, super clever, but the environments that they were learning in the schools turfed them eventually, for whatever reason. The stuff is always late, you're cheeky, and so on. And so appreciating that these are people who have got extreme gifts and talents that they can either hone in the course of their study or express in the work that they do, but only if the conditions are enabling. There are people now in our environments who are spinning, mental ill health conditions because they just can't cope in this environment that is not designed for them. When I started to realize that I was on the spectrum, I thought to myself, and this is the decision that I made, I thought to myself, all those distinctions that I could have, but I haven't, so fortunately I'm here having this conversation, because I guess if I'd got all those distinctions, I might be doing something else. So, but it actually, it's made a significant, it's a significant, neuroinclusion is a significant consideration for all of us. I only got my degree eventually because, I don't know, I think maybe what is it called? Domkrach, like I just pushed through. And I wasn't going to, but it was hard. And now, when as I was preparing this, I was like, this is why it was so hard. And there might be people who are not as tenacious. There might be people whose parents don't have the patience. Just go and get a job. And I think we as society are poor for that. These are examples of specifically workplace. I think now that we know what we know, we have a duty to make sure that it is known. And then from that knowledge and that awareness to move it on into policies and practices, etc. Line management is where we really need to focus all of our attention. Academics, the people who are standing in front of the class and dealing with individuals who are neurodivergent. Our recruitment practices, I recently sat on a panel where we interviewed a candidate, and we would ask the question, and our questions are long and academic and clever because we're university, and sub phrases, and like, what are you testing here? And this candidate said, can you repeat that? And he did that with every question. Can you repeat that? So as an interviewer, you can get irritated. Is this person playing for time? Is this person trying to Google the answer? But I could see, because our cameras were on, because there's a point at which I also said to my colleagues, we need to have our cameras on so that people know that they're talking to a person. This thing of being in an interview for an hour and you're talking to VD is anxiety provoking. It's anxiety provoking just to go into an interview. And then you don't know if this person, because also you're constantly assessing yourself for how your answer is landing through the body language, and I have no idea. So really, it's kind of like driving a car blind. And this candidate kept saying, and I said to the colleagues afterwards, I suspect that he has an information processing, information auditory processing, because that's one of the terms that a friend of mine's child made me aware of, is this auditory processing. And so we need to think about what our interview process questions looks like and how it's expressed to the candidate. Simplify our communication. My son, when he was in, but junior school, and the teacher would say something, and he'd say, is that a joke? Or he'd ask, are you being sarcastic? He wasn't being cheeky. He wanted to know, is this a joke? Is this how a joke is constructed? Are you being sarcastic? It was a factual question, but how do you respond as a teacher to somebody who asks you that? With a very serious face. but that teacher missed it. So we need to just, it almost is about, I think we need to start learning how we use our language all over again. Idioms, and all these turns of phrase, etc., can trip a person up. And then down the line, somebody has been demoted, disciplined, or whatever, and yet we could have just simplified our communication. It's not just the words that we use, it's also how we communicate. Meeting structures, I've got a bit more detail about that. And then on the right, it's about just the physical environment. And I mean, how often have you sat in a meeting where there's talk of a body break, but that body break, you know, there's just it either doesn't happen, or there's inconsistency, and Joycelyn will tell you that she sees me fidgeting, and I think it's because I need to, because when I work from home, I walk around. So I engage in that meeting. If I don't need to write, I engage in that meeting. So I've got my phone, and I've got and if I need to stand up, I stand up and so on. And sometimes I'll just step away from the desk and stand, and then but we don't do that because you must sit and you must sit still. So neuro-inclusive meetings, I like this. Because what it does is that it kind of, and when I was preparing this slide, I thought of that, I don't know, I'm sure you've seen the equality slide, where, and I thought of that when we give people absolutely everything that they need to become ready for that meeting, we level the playing field and make it easy for everybody to participate in the meeting. And also just be mindful of how that meeting is run. So this bullet says, what about the person who finds taking notes and listening hard to do? How much information do you provide before the meeting about what's going to happen? That also talks to certainty, is that one of the things that are important is predictability and certainty and being consistent with people who are on the spectrum. I thought it would be important to touch on students and this transition from school to university. So school is very, very structured. And then you get there, you get to varsity. First of all, it's so big. Everything is big, and then everything is just scaled up. So many people, and when I was preparing this slide, I realized why clothes shopping for me is always a 10-minute affair. If I can't find it in 10 minutes, I'm out of that shop. And it's just about, and now I realize that it's the overwhelm, and so there's a combination of things. She's 18, she's always lived at home. She's now traveled 800 kilometers to be here. And then she gets there, and orientation week, everything is booming, everybody, and it's just, it's a lot. And so on the right-hand side is what should we as universities be, how should we be applying this information, this knowledge, knowing that our is it 5%, up to 5%, no, it's 2%, sorry, of the students who are going to be coming in through our halls will need to, for us to be aware of. Are you aware of any condition that you might have? What's worked for you in terms of study strategies, learning strategies, etc., etc. And then, I like this, engage in transition planning. And it talks about particular specific officers being dedicated, and those people would need to have an education so that they're able to engage in this transition planning, and then establish and maintain ongoing contact. So, you know, you kind of create a container for the student as they make sense of this new way and learning environment. And then there's how this information is shared. So I've already spoken about the strengths and interests and how that would be helpful for a student, for example, to understand, if they don't know, to understand what kind of courses that they could be signing up for. It's a bit late because, you know, they will have done their application long before they get to the varsity, but it might be an opportunity for us to just have an engagement to the extent that it will be possible to redirect, if at all, or support a choice in the courses that they have elected. The collaborative learning is an interesting one because group work, and that's why I put an asterisk, is that it might or might not work because many times a person who is neurodivergent doesn't really want to mix with people. They're loners and so on. So I think there's just some thinking and playing about that we will need to do with respect to group learning, peer support, structures and mechanisms that because you also don't want to burden another student who's dealing with the same challenges with, but it's also an opportunity to empower everybody and create an awareness and an appreciation of diversity in general, not just neurodivergence and neurodiversity. And then also I want to talk about this information in bite-sized chunks, and also making use of a variety of methods of transmitting that information. I say this because we do, in the work environment, everything on email. Everything on email. And we just assume that everybody functions like this. This is an assumption. And anybody who doesn't function like that is somehow deviant, non-performing, etc. And you can hear I'm in the process of making a declaration here. I'm like, why can't we just talk? You know, but yeah, so we do, there's some thinking, there's a lot of thinking that we need to do, and also again, the structure and the predictability. Consistent outcomes, clear instructions. And I think, you know, there's some things that we just make easy for ourselves and for everybody if we do it in the same way. And it's a culture thing. So establish meeting protocol. There must be a body break every 60 minutes. And if you establish it as a protocol, then you as a chairperson can be held accountable to, chair, it's 60 minutes, can we have a body break? And then anybody who chairs a meeting and doesn't do that, because you also need to just think about how much information processing a person can do in 4 hours non-stop. Like, how much quality are you getting? How much quality are you getting? This person has been drumming away. So we also just need to think about, and I think this in here also is bite-sized chunks, is that we just need to get realistic about, and this is not even a neuro-inclusivity topic, it's just healthy utilization of your human resources. Because we're not conveyor belts. And then this is my last slide, is it's actually not rocket science. And if we're empathetic and compassionate and human about it, this is where Ubuntu comes in. Then I think it just allows us to, you know, this thing about thinking, what if the next person can't? What if it's difficult for the next person? No, every single email must be read and responded to by the end of the day. And also, and I think when we do that, we start to create a culture of my employer cares, my employer actually is interested, and that's where psychological safety comes in. If you've met one neurodivergent person, you've only met one. So I'm not the same as the next person. And so it's very difficult. I mean, I think what we can do is to talk about the conditions in a light way. Is that just, you know, this is the kind of stuff that you'll see, but how I will behave and how I will respond, because I don't know when I said to my colleagues at one of my first meetings in the first months that I was at CPUT, where I said, I did so much talking, and then I said, by the way, I am an introvert. And they were surprised, because I guess I was masking. I guess I do mask. I guess I'm masking now. Is that, you know, I'm in role. But I am a nice person generally. But I don't talk this much. Honestly, in my natural environment, you will find me sitting on the veranda, doing nothing in particular, just enjoying the breeze. And I think also what's important is, it's if we are aware and we are educated, then we are able to ask the questions that will be helpful and meaningful in relation to facilitating your inclusivity. And yes, I've spoken again already about just defining and committing. And again, this comes back to creating a culture of people who are aware, who think and act in a manner that reflects the principles and the values around awareness of our differences and how to manage and deal with them with respect. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Wow, amazing talk. I will speak about the speech now, but may I invite you back on stage, please, Ms. Dwane. A small token of appreciation for sharing your time, your personal journey, and your experience with us, your expertise from the Regional Community of Practice for Employee Health and Wellness. Thank you very much. So many takeaways from that guest speaker's presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, really, Ms. Vuyokazi Dwane, I'd like to thank you for being part of the program and really starting to structure for us what neurodiversity looks like. I really liked how you opened your session by saying we are actually all neurodiverse, that we all process information and the world around us in different ways. And I appreciated that because very often we look at neurodivergence through a preconceived lens of what it should look like, how it shows up. And so I think for all of us, what that really does elicit is that we need to take those lenses off and start to understand, build awareness around neurodivergence, and how we need to restructure some of our processes, policies, even from a human resources perspective, in order to be responsive to those who have different ways of coping and dealing in the workplace. So thank you very much. It really is about transformative conversations about what we need to be focusing on to shift the culture. And so I'd like to thank you for being part of our program, and thank you for sharing with us. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite our next speaker to the podium, Dr. Charlotte Kasiringwa from Tygerberg Hospital. Dr. Kasiringwa hails from the beautiful copper town of Tsumeb in Namibia. Following the completion of her internship, she joined the emergency medicine department at Katatura State Hospital in Windhoek. Her journey into preventative medicine began with a postgraduate diploma in occupational medicine from Stellenbosch University. She is currently a fourth-year registrar in the Master of Medicine in Occupational Medicine program at Stellenbosch, Faculty of Medical Health Sciences. She's predominantly based at Tygerberg Hospital and actually saw patients this morning before joining us on our program, so thank you so much for that. However, on Wednesdays, Dr. Kasiringwa rotates at Campus Health Clinic at Stellenbosch University main campus. Dr. Charlotte Kasiringwa is passionate about environmental medicine, occupational toxicology, and fitness for duty assessments. Disability assessment medicine holds a particular focus for her. Dr. Kasiringwa is committed to advocacy, raising awareness, and promoting equity, diversity, and inclusion across work environments, with a focus on fostering psychologically safe workplaces. Dr. Kasiringwa believes in creating spaces where all employees feel seen, heard, and supported to thrive. Please join me in welcoming to the podium our next guest speaker, Dr. Charlotte Kasiringwa. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm not going to take too much time because I know the lunch is loading as well. But I first just want to say thank you so much, Ms. Vuyokazi, for sharing your personal journey, your children's journey, a few things I could relate to. I mean, I've sacrificed a few, 10% for a few assignments because I just needed to do it last minute. So it's always good to have someone in the room that can give a personal experience, because when I was preparing these slides, I was also, I learn with practicality. I want examples, and from the academic sphere, they want to give you lots of words and lots of things on the screen, but I'm like, tell me how a patient would show up. Tell me how a staff member will show up. I want to know how they would show up in the space. So without further ado, I think the one thing as I was preparing for this talk also that stood out to me was that neurodivergent individuals are children, but then they also grow up as neurodivergent adults, and they are in our workspaces and, like she said, in the universities, etc. So yes, there's going to be a little bit of a repeat for certain areas, pretty much similar. I'm going to just brush quickly over the things we've already mentioned, and then maybe I'll just speak to the examples more, just to create variation in terms of examples. So we're just going to talk about why this conversation is important today. What is neurodiversity, without going into too much detail. Ms. Vuyokazi mentioned a lot of strengths and challenges, and we'll speak to that briefly only. And then I'll touch on the legislative framework as well. Am I too short? Okay, at the end, we'll just look at the frequently asked questions. All right, so why is this conversation important? literature says that about 15 to 20% of individuals in the workplaces are neurodivergent. And again, she did mention this at the beginning in terms of, for example, in a room where there are 10 colleagues, the chances of at least 1 to 2 may be neurodivergent in that space. Again, typical academic, we want to add a paper, and that's again just for your personal reading at your own time, so you don't have to go through it. And a bit of a history in terms of where it was coined from. A sociologist from Australia defined neurodiversity as basically to the neurodiversity, we can read that in our own time later, but just in terms of where it comes from in terms of a background. Now, in terms of terminology, the only reason I'm going to really touch on this is in terms of just speaking and addressing your fellow staff and individuals when they're explaining themselves and just sort of having a bit of insight what do certain things mean. So neurotypical, so this basically means your brain works in a way that fits the expected standard or normal, as they like to say, in society. And an example of this is that, you might find it easy to focus in a noisy office or follow tightly structured meetings through a lot of stress for the neurotypical. The neurodivergent, as stated earlier, an example would be someone with ADHD might be very creative and energetic, but struggle with long admin meetings. Again, I love the sign, but I can't see what's behind it. That's perfectly fine. So in terms of who is who in the neuro world, so neurominorities, this would refer to the group of people whose neurotypes are different from the majority. So again, think of it like this. In a team of 10, if 2 are neurodivergent, say someone has autism, ADHD, they are part of the neurominority, is how we would describe them. Again, when we speak of neurodiversity, so this is a mix of people with different brain types. So an example would be all of us here today. We're probably all we are probably a neurodiverse group. Thank you very much. That helps a lot. And we have different strengths and challenges and different perspectives. So I wanted to tell you a story about Tando. So Tando works in the admin support group at the faculty office. She's always early. She's very meticulous. She's incredibly good with details. And she'll remember something you submitted late 3 years ago. Tando is autistic. That means she experiences the world differently. She likes routine. She prefers written instructions over being told verbally. And she doesn't enjoy busy, unpredicted environments. Now, here's the language that matters. We wouldn't say Tando is neurodiverse. Neurodiversity is something that happens in a group, like all of us here today. What we would say is Tando is neurodivergent, because her brain works differently from what society deems as typical. But if Tando is part of a team that includes others, neurotypical colleagues, someone with ADHD, maybe someone with anxiety, that group is then called a neurodiverse group. So again, just to touch on the neurodiversity umbrella, there are all kinds of conditions under it. And again, we won't go too much into it. As a disclaimer, I'm not a psychiatrist or a neurologist. However, in occupational medicine, I do assess these cases, and neurodiversity is one of them, and again, would look at how the health condition interacts with the work and the workplace. So interestingly, as I was reading on neurodiversity in depth, I was quite surprised by how many celebrities are actually in the neurodiverse group, from Whoopi Goldberg to Elon Musk, a couple of them, as I was reading through it. That was pretty interesting. So something that also stood out to me was the double empathy. So for many neurodivergent individuals, the biggest mental health challenge isn't the diagnosis itself. It's the isolation, it's the exclusion, and that comes from being misunderstood. Things like imposter syndrome, which was mentioned earlier, loneliness, and the daily exhaustion of trying to fit in, quote unquote, can take a real toll. So in psychology, they call this the double empathy. It's not that one side lacks empathy, but both sides sort of struggle to truly understand one another. Now, masking was something that was mentioned earlier, so happy to also hear about that. And that is when someone is sort of hiding a behavior that might be viewed as socially unacceptable. And with that, we're going to go over to SIPO. Or let's look at what it looks like. Let's look at some of the examples. So that means smiling through anxiety. If you've got public speaking issues and you're just like, I'm fine, but I'm really not fine. or you hold back calming behaviors, right? And that means chewing, or maybe you might see someone sitting and they tend to rock back and forth, but that's calming for them. And you might just think, why are they so fidgety all the time? The other thing is measuring social scripts. So there you are. Oh my goodness, there's Miss Heidi again. Oh yes, I have to say hi, good morning. Yes, how are you? God, should I mention my cats or not? And that already creates anxiety in itself, especially if you are an introvert. The other thing is, staying quiet to avoid judgment. You might have a few thoughts, but you're scared that if you mention them, they might look at you and think, I don't know. And the other thing is sort of forcing eye contact. Have you ever sort of engaged with someone where you're sort of looking at them and you're having a conversation and you sort of detour from what they think you're talking about and you realize they're actually not following, but they're looking you dead in the eye. I'm here. But if you ask a question derailing to anything else, they're almost not present. So another thing would be pretending to follow, which is part of also the eye contact, and then sort of rehearse conversation scripts. So again, and just another example, how are you doing? I'm good, thanks. But mentally I'm thinking, man, should I smile? Am I smiling too much? Do they like the pace of my speech right now? Am I too soft? Am I too loud? It's really noisy in here. There are too many people staring at me. But yeah, no, I'm great. Great day. So why is masking harmful? It's mentally and emotionally draining. There's that constant fear of being found out, that I'm pretending to be something that I'm not. And then it sort of reinforces that your true self isn't acceptable. It's linked to depression, burnout, and even suicide. And stimming was also something that was mentioned earlier. So again, an example of SIPO. You might have someone like SIPO in your team who's always moving, who's always fiddling with something, and it's easy to assume that they're not paying attention. But for many neurodivergent people, movement is the exact opposite distraction. It's how they pay attention. It helps regulate focus, manage anxiety, or even keep energy levels balanced. This kind of movement is often called stimming. In the autistic community, ADHD looks like fidgeting, drooling, chewing gum, tapping their feet. And then when you tell someone, stop it, calm down, you might actually be stripping them from the ability to self-regulate. So again, something that was mentioned earlier, some of the language and microaggression, and this was in another slide that I had found of the various information that's out there, and typically you'll hear things like, you just need to concentrate a bit more. Oh, man, I gave her that document 2 weeks ago. She's still lazy. I'm still waiting. She didn't miss the deadline. You need to learn to be more resilient. Just get on with it. It's easy and everyone can do it. Why can't you? And this is your employee who's looking up to the line manager or for some guidance, and you say, but instead of saying, how can I help you work, is why are you struggling, is typically what comes out of our mouths. So what happens behind the scenes? People are scared to disclose because they're worried about stigma, misunderstandings, and then there's the sensory overload in the academic spaces and offices. And then again, there's performance evaluations that come up every 6 months or a year, and rigid schedules and poor communications, which was touched on earlier that I don't want to touch on too much. And then again, these typical examples of what we might hear, or you've heard before. I've had interviews where I consider disclosing my Tourette's, which is voluntary movements that happen that the person can't control, but I could see the shift in their body language when I spoke about it. So they don't bother to take the risk anymore. I told my manager I'm autistic. I'm worried they'd start treating me like I'm fragile, or worse, incompetent. I've learned to stay quiet about my dyslexia. which is sometimes people have difficulty learning and reading becomes challenging. People assume that it means that they're lazy or careless, even though I work twice as hard. So what helps? Dropping the mask helps. And that means acceptance without judgment, learning about the differences, what we're doing now, and then normalizing stimming and communicating those differences, as well as practicing failing forward. Mistakes are part of learning. Again, without touching on too much of what was already said, but why hire a neuro minority? So again, you've seen the similar sort of image that was projected earlier, and this speaks to the various groups and their strengths. So a lot of the beauty of occupational medicine, when people are sent to my office, I say, don't tell me what they can't do. Tell me what they can do, because that's what we need to focus on. Not what they can't do. So we know what they can't, but let's focus on the now and what we can do, and how can we make that better. So they have lots of strength. The majority are very creative, very good work ethic, very resilient, innovators, tenacious. They're determined and they're honest, but they also, realistically speaking, have challenges that we have to educate ourselves about. Now, my favorite part, which would be probably not your favorite part, because law is the thing that's not always, exciting for people. But what are the laws in South Africa saying? What does our Employment Equity Act say? It says the definition of a disability is a long-term, so 12 months and more, reoccurring permanent physical, mental, intellectual, and sensory impairments that substantially limits a person in the workplace. What do we know about neurodivergence? They don't grow out of it. The children become adults, become neurodivergent adults. And the Occupational Health and Safety Act in Section 8 says employers must create and maintain a safe, healthy work environment, and this includes physical, mental, and environmental well-being. I like this quote by Werner Myers. It says, diversity is being invited to the party. Inclusion is being asked to dance. I thought that was very lovely. I'd share that with you today. So what are some of the principles of neuro-inclusive workplaces? They were touched on a lot earlier, so I will again just touch on them. Flexibility means flexible schedules, break times that were emphasized upon, which I thought was brilliant. Not really just saying it's a tea break, but actually everyone's working through the tea break, really taking time to stop, to have accountability for those rest breaks. In terms of clarity of the roles, expectations, and clear instructions. And then in terms of the environment, some people really struggle with a noisy environment. So maybe noise-canceling earphones, things like that, quiet spaces. And then communicating the various styles. Wonderful examples were given earlier in terms of we might communicate everything through email. Some people prefer Teams. The anxiety from a Teams call, and you're just like, what is happening now for me? Yes, exactly. It lives rent-free in my head. And then psychological safety. It's okay for the individual to ask for what they need. Again, when we're looking at culture over compliance, it's important to validate lived experiences. So don't dismiss something just because you can't see it. And then it's also important to train our HR people and our wellness staff to execute these executive functioning challenges. And then again, inclusion isn't just a once-off. It's embedded in the systems. And it's important to have a collaboration from HR to occupational health and staff essential. So what does the employee need? They need reasonable accommodations, disclosure support, regular feedback and mentorships, occupational health referral pathways, wellness department guidances. And now what do the managers and HR need to do? We need to build awareness, which was touched on earlier. We need to avoid assumptions and use strength-based languages. The importance of me just going over the terminologies again in terms of neurodiversity. And then partnership and support, be it through via SOPs or policy developments. So our take-home messages, what we need to start doing tomorrow is to speak with respect. There we go. And use inclusive and personal first language. Adjust the environment and not just the person. Listen and involve neurodivergent employees in solutions, and then just building trust through supportive policies and flexible practices. So now we're going to look at some of the frequently asked questions, or that I thought maybe someone is thinking this and might not ask because they're shy. How do you ask someone if they are neurodivergent? Do you just walk up to them and say, listen, I saw you chewing gum a bit too much. Are you okay? What's happening, Because now we've mentioned a few things, and earlier we said we've had one individual who's described their journey, but because they're various individuals, their journeys don't look the same. And the answer is just, if it's not, if it's relevant, but it must be done again respectfully. Ask about needs and not labels. Not tell me your diagnosis. What did they call you? What's wrong with you? No. Thank you for sharing, and how can we support you in the workspace is a ideal way to answer. An example that I set up there was, is there anything we can do to adjust and support how you work best? So focus on creating a safe space where disclosure is voluntary and not pressured. Oh, okay, and just one more question as well that I've added was, with regard to the neurominorities, such as dyslexia, ADHD, autism, how important is a formal diagnosis for the employee and the employer? Not always, because we also know in our setting sometimes getting the diagnosis, there could be cost challenges involved, students and staff would be, they'd use their medical aid, but it's not always important. So many neurodivergent people face barriers, yes, like I said, with the diagnosis, and they're scared to share because of the stigma predominantly than the cost. And then legally and ethically, just support where can be provided based on self-identified needs. So it doesn't have to be a diagnosis. For employers, focus should be on functional impact and not medical proof. Not, I need the letter from the doctor. That does not need to be the predominant ask. And then this I saw in a different PPT that someone shared various resources to self-educate in terms of podcasts, books, that you could sort of, if you're into sort of reading and just wanting to educate yourself, that you can look into. There are also various, the slides will be provided. There are various websites and apps that you can sort of touch on just to self-educate. So thank you very much, everyone. I think my take-home message was just that we all benefit from more inclusion, thoughtful places, and with your leadership, we can make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kasiringwa, for being part of our program and presenting to us your presentation. I'd like to ask our colleagues to assist us with a small token of appreciation from the Regional Community of Practice for Employee Health and Wellness. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Kasiringwa, for that presentation, really taking us back to what neurodivergence divergence looks like, but then also starting to open up the conversation, because we see quite a lot of questions coming through around reasonable accommodation. What does it mean for staff in the workplace, and how do we start cultivating policies, processes that are responsive and supportive? Because we also want to avoid we want to avoid conversations that are not only responsive at a face value, but really start drawing into the concept of actual inclusion. So thank you very much for sharing that with us. It was appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a short, 45 minutes lunch and networking break now. I'm sure we all need a bit of a leg stretch. So we do ask that you do enjoy the refreshments that have been provided for us today. Use the opportunity to network not only with the colleagues, but also with some of our service providers and experts who have joined us from our different support partners for mental well-being at the respective universities. And should you have any questions, don't forget to pop them via the link. We have consolidated quite a few of the questions that have come through, and those will be dealt with during the panel discussion that will commence after the lunch break. It is now approximately 12:45, So we will reconvene at 1:30 for the panel discussion, and we will try and address some of the key insights that have come out of this morning's sessions, and then also any questions that have been posted on the Slido meter. Thank you very much. Enjoy the break. Take care. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you are feeling refreshed after our lunch break and that you've enjoyed the refreshments that have been prepared. Looking forward to this next part of our program, we will be having a panel discussion, really to open up the floor for a bit of engagement, and that's the intention of the session, to deal with some of the key insights and also address any additional perspectives or questions that have come through via the app. To moderate our panel discussion this afternoon, it gives me pleasure to welcome Ms. Nathan Kaiser, a coordinator from our Center for Student Support Services and really an advocate for mental health. Nathan is institutionalizing and leading the project regarding the WISER app at UWC, which is a mental health support chatbot. And he's also conducting his own research on the use of the app and how it supports mental well-being. Nathan, thank you so much for agreeing to moderate the panel discussion for us today. Please do join me on stage. I would also like to invite back to stage Ms. Vuyokazi Dwani, as well as Dr. Kasiringwa, who will form part of the panel. And then we have two additional panelists who are joining us this afternoon. Dr. Letitia Permel, a registered educational psychologist and the director for the Center for Student Support Services at the University of the Western Cape. Thank you for agreeing to be part of our panel. Please do join us on stage. And an additional panelist also joining us, who has not been part of our presentations today, but we are truly honored to have very prolific transformation and diversity capacity development practitioner with us, Dr. Katlego Letlonkane, who you can also hear on radio, who will be sharing a perspective with us as part of our panel today. Thank you so much for agreeing to be part of this engagement and this discussion. It's good to have you here. Thank you. So we're going to keep it open, ladies and gentlemen, but I'll be handing over to Nathan Kaiser to take us further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chantal, for that introductions. And I think I'm more honored to sit amongst these great, wonderful females in leadership. Story of my life being some kind of a thorn amongst the beautiful roses. But I mean, today, I think what for us was beautiful and was profound was a lot of, and we should never accept that people know what is being discussed. And so neurodivergence was quite a new term for me. Understanding the spectrum, but not understanding this umbrella term. Who was it the first time hearing the term today? Thank you for admitting that and being brave enough. So sometimes we use this terminology and we call things new things, you know, we in a society where, you know, there's terminology for everything. And I think I must say, coming into the space and being introduced to the term and you really beautifully dismantling and helping us understand it made me feel like I'm an expert now. So you did a great job with making us understand that. And then I want to move to our new speakers, and that has joined our panel today. Firstly, my boss, Dr. Permel. So please be kind to her. It is so important to be kind to her. She just returned from leave, actually. And then, obviously, Dr. Katlego Letlonkane. Really, I want to introduce you because you come with a legal lens and really around compliance and how do we create spaces but make sure that people are compliant with it in these spaces. So I want to open up this panel discussion to first hear the new voices and then ask you sitting, listening to the presentations, listening to the networking, the buzzing in the room, what resonated with you? What is your lens and perspective that you see this topic through? And what can you introduce to us that might be new or old, but in a new way?
Am I starting? Good afternoon. colleagues. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for the question. Yeah, I mean, you know, I typically thought, let me just share cases of what's been happening around disability, around neurodiversity within our law space. But then I'm thinking now it's going to be a much better engagement when I look at some of the questions that have come up. And so I'll share maybe some of those cases as I respond to the questions. But I think the lens that I come with is a social justice perspective that requires us to think through equal participation for all members of society, and what does then that equal participation look like? From an equity perspective, I think we mentioned that slide, the equity slide, and that is really the lens of thinking about then in the workplace environment, what does it mean for us to all exist, thrive, belong in the workplace equally? What do we all need? And I think for us, we are fortunate in South Africa that we've got quite a mature and fertile legal framework and legal environment that enables us to have conversations and stretch and obligations on employers to actually test themselves and to honor their obligations in terms of the law, because there are obligations, right? These are obligations. Employers don't have a choice. They cannot opt out of accommodating employees and providing those reasonable accommodations. And so I think for us, I like to invite people to be a bit more bold with their stance, with their position, because the law has already said that for them, right? The Constitution, the employment equity legislation has already set the terms of engagement. So I think it's for us to take that up and test it as well, because I think a lot of, we don't see litigation enough around disability inclusion, and that is how the law works, right? The law works by being tested, right? The more you test the law, the more things move, right? So sometimes it is unfortunate. No one wants to fight, no one likes to fight, but sometimes if workplaces are rigid and they are not doing what the law expects them to do, test them, right? Test them. It's the courage. Call your friends, call your support, call your people, your sangomas, and everyone. Get your network strong and go test it, because chances are you could actually set a precedent for the country, right? If you test it and it goes all the way to the Constitutional Court, you can make law, you can make tradition and practice and precedent for how neurodiversity is to be treated in the workplace. So we are yet to see that, right? We're yet to see neurodiversity being tabled in front of a court. And my inclination is, if it goes to the Constitutional Court, I already have a sense of what our Constitutional Court would say and think, because our Constitutional Court is very mature, very alive to questions of equity and justice. If neurodiversity is tabled before the Constitutional Court, things will change. Yeah.
Wow, thank you so much for that. I think the reality with what you're saying is we are the cases. The cases are sitting in front of you, and the law is alive through each and every home body that is neurodivergent and that has some kind of conditioning. And I think what you are really articulating for us, and for me it's profound that you're saying this, is that we don't have to go and reinvent the wheel, because the moment there's a new word, we're like, what new thing must I implement? And our go-to is a new policy when the law actually precedes it all, and the law surely guides us through this. So I'm going to come back to you just with some more of specifics, a little bit more, and I want to just move on to Dr. Pamal. But I'm going to come back to you around the law, and there's some specific questions the audience has asked earlier around the law, because I do know some managers in the room really want to get what is the law saying, how do we guide this? Letitia, thank you, boss lady. I call her boss lady, she hates it. But I really want you to maybe share with your perspective. You are somebody that holds and shares space and holds space for, I would say, neurodivergent students, first of all. Out of those 26,000 students, you actually run the center that is the main go-to point for students. And we have Office for Students with Disabilities, the therapeutic services, academics, so all the support services you basically oversee. But besides that, you are also holding space for staff. And so how do you start approaching neurodiversity within your seat?
Thank you, Nathan. I think, first and foremost, we need to understand that the environments that you occupy are all living systems. And we are also beautiful living systems. And so when one thinks about neurodivergence, it's a coming together of these systems. And we cannot ignore the fact that the environments actually shape our lived experiences. And so I want to draw on a neuroscience perspective because, you know, when we look at diagnoses and you break it down, there's a lot of, the term says it all, neurodivergence, the brain. But what I've come to realize is that very often the focus is so much on how different does our brain engage and respond. But I think there's a part that one misses, and that is the realization for me that our heart actually has an electromagnetic field that's about 60 times more powerful than the brain. And so the moment we step in, and again, the context of neurodivergence, the moment we come into a space with anyone else, our hearts connect immediately. The electromagnetic field is about 1 to 3 meters, right? So think about it, the moment you step into any space, you feel something, right? And we need to understand that, and HeartMath Institute has shown now that that's the first connection point, right? You come in and you feel the energy. Then the heart signals to the brain, listen. And then the brain responds in terms of doing the analysis and how do I now respond? And then it communicates to the nervous system. So I want to say, the moment I am so aware of what happens when any person comes into any space, whether it's a physical environment, so I'm very committed to what is the kind of physical environment that we create for students and for staff. And then, how do we make people feel when it's on, whether it's a staff member or a student, when we are alone with them? Because our nervous systems are constantly engaging, right? And so I think that's a part of the conversation, that when we see that there's low-hanging fruit, you know, yes, neurodivergence is a new conversation, but it's not new to our experience. We have experiences of otherness all the time. And so I just want to leave it there for now. Nathan.
It's a new word. It's not new to our experience. It's very important. And that the heart, the thing that we can easily rely on, but we refuse to go into that center and to rely on the heart in a working space, is actually the guide that we should have, is what the heart feels can inform our reaction and behavior. Thank you for just setting the tone on that, Letitia. And I think empathy came through in both of your presentations this morning as well, is leading with empathy, accepting with empathy, and having an empathetic space when we encounter neurodivergent people within the workplace or even in the classroom. So, Ms. Moane, I want to come to you, and really, I must say, I absolutely loved the personal journey you took us through. Because sometimes we just don't understand theory, but we understand people and we understand experiences. And you really, truly brought the message beautifully across through personal experience. So one of the questions, and if you may allow me to ask, one of the questions that came through from the audience and some of our colleagues asked, how can an employee advocate for their needs if they don't feel safe disclosing them to their manager for fear of being treated differently? What can they do?
Back to the reference about living systems, is what is the texture of that living system, and that's the culture. And so And in fact, I was not going to make my condition known until I had a conversation with Lucina, where I felt that, so really it is about being intentional, and this is why leadership and management must be given an education, and education must be imparted to them, because that's where the tone, the culture, the texture gets set. I can advocate for myself. There's no point in me advocating for myself if the environment is one that is hostile, uncaring, and is actually going to make my life even harder than it already is through the experience that I'm having as a neurodivergent person. And so perhaps if the entire system is not a safe system, it's about identifying relationships and people where one does receive that kind of support in the workplace. And hopefully, you know, through those engagements, as people become aware and as information and knowledge and awareness starts to filter through, then that advocacy becomes more possible. But until we know, so there will be, within this living system that is an employer, there will be pockets where people do feel safe to disclose, but until it's a systemic thing, it is limited in that way.
Wow. I think what I really love what you're saying around the living systems is that there's ambassadorships. There are safe spaces within the workplace, and there are champions. And it's the champion isn't always the manager. And I think we need to move away from it's only my line that should be the one I speak to. And that my disclosure sometimes lies within another champion. And that champion can become my advocate. And seeking advocates is sometimes the best thing because we don't know how to articulate it. Myself and a colleague just spoke about it earlier around goodness, the things we could identify in ourselves immediately when you spoke. And we sometimes just wonder, do people get us? And if we actually have to articulate this, are we using the right language? And I think that is what you really did for us, is that you introduced the language and you gave us this beautiful language of how to use this language and how do you approach it. So I want to ask you a question, if you allow me. A question around accommodation, please. I really need us to focus in around what kind of accommodation we would look at in the workplace. Where do we start? Especially where remote work or hybrid is considered. What do we do in the current working environment, the different contextualizations around working environments, living environments, and how can we start accommodating neurodiverse people? Sorry, Dr. Letlokane.
No, thank you so much for that question. Just before I touch on that, I just wanted to go back to slightly of what we were just discussing beforehand. And it just dawned on me that a lot of the time we have fear as an employee or staff member because of the unknown. You know, where do I start? And I mean, my experience, a lot of staff members would come through to Tygerberg. They don't even know there's an EAP program. Like she spoke to, you know, the knowledge and training of our managers and our seniors, but what are these programs there, and we know about them, but what can they really do? And the champion that you spoke about now, yes, can sometimes be your fellow employee or colleague, but again, trust is also sometimes a problem because again, they're worried about stigma. And what we found, or what we encourage in our setting at Tygerberg, is sometimes the employee or staff member can self-refer. And just, you know, we sort of have an open door system where they'll speak to the sister and ask if the doctor is available, and then we just sort of approach it from a holistic point of view in terms of not the diagnosis, but using the biopsychosocial models, seeing the person as a whole and taking it from there, and then facilitating the what can I do now, or what is the conversation. But when you sometimes don't even know what is existing in the workplace or what is there in place to help you, because systems are in place, things are in place, it's just the awareness around those things. And then when it comes to workplace accommodation, again, like we said, each and every individual is different and their needs are different. So a lot of the times in occupational medicine, when we do workplace assessments, it's risk-based. So if an individual, perhaps, like we said earlier, doesn't do too well with noise, you know, they can't work in a busy, open environment. A lot of the times, as an example, we'll have someone perhaps move to a remote office within the workspace, but you know, there are different workstation areas. But again, we can't practice occupational medicine from our desks. Like a lot of times, we will come into the workplace and assess according to what the risk is. Based on that, we would make recommendations. I had recently a postgraduate student who struggled with light sensitivity. Beautiful building, you know, top of the notch, it's newly built. However, when they were putting it together, they didn't consider things like there's certain regulations in terms of building regulations in terms of the light. But this particular individual is brilliant, except the light is just too bright. She gets headaches. She needs to focus on this monitor. But now the office is like this. So where do you put that person when we need light all across? And everyone is saying, I'm tripping on the stairs coming down because I can't see. So again, accommodation, hence coming into our office, it's really broad, and this is why I was emphasizing the working together as a whole, because the HR manager might not have the answer. They'll say, you know, I mean, okay, let's try and do this, but you know, another problem might pop up, and then maybe another colleague might have the same problem. So accommodation for one might mean accommodation for many, but again, there isn't a template for one person, because neurodiversity is so wide and everyone has different needs. So that would be how I would approach it from a risk-based perspective.
Also an interprofessional way of looking at it, you know. Many people can be around the table to look at it. It doesn't mean the answers lies with that HR professional, or it lies with one person. And I want to come back to the law now. I think we have you and your expertise. And Ms. Moani said something earlier around this interviewer and that aspect, and she could identify. And the reality is not everybody can identify. And so I want you to maybe just, if you can, and if you're able to speak around how cases sometimes people are dismissed, or people are treated othered within the workspace, CCMA possible cases, that could have been a possible case of neurodivergence, and where more sensitivity had to be used. What do we do in those? Is it real, first of all? Is it real? Is it a common thing that there's just a lack of empathy and it immediately goes to CCMA or immediately goes to mediation, arbitration? And how do we navigate that space?
There we go. So I think I mentioned, you know, currently there is this, I am really waiting for a case to be, a neurodiversity case to be decided by, whether at CCMA level, to actually put it on an arbitration award, you know, to say this is what is going on here, and we're not there yet. We haven't seen a case that has been decided on principles. The UK is already there. They've already started to interrogate issues of neurodiversity in the employment tribunals. So that's not there, but it doesn't mean, like you said earlier, it doesn't mean that the infrastructure or the legal infrastructure for disability and neurodiversity isn't already there. So just because it hasn't been specifically mentioned doesn't mean that the infrastructure is missing necessarily. There is a case, for example, I mean, the principles of the case will lend themselves to someone who is neurodivergent and is seeking those kinds of accommodations in the workplace. It was a case by an employee employed at Standard Bank. It went to the CCMA, and just kind of how it went to the CCMA, and then Standard Bank appealed it. And it went all the way to the appeal court, the labor court on review. It went to the labor court on review, rather, not appeal. And there, you know, the bank was, the Labour Court took to task that the bank is such a major institution. It has got resources. The failure to accommodate an employee to move, and that goes into the extent of what is reasonable, what can be done. And the law will look at, well, what kind of institution is this, right? This is a bank. This is one of the largest banks on the continent, right? We should also look at that when we decide the extent of accommodations that the bank can do. Surely the bank can, and this case was a bit more around the more visible, it was about maybe moving a chair or maybe adjusting a workplace things, but the principles that were decided, there was like the bank can certainly move, right? The banks can move, whether it be, the bank can do their work to move. And I think for me, that's what I took, is that the principle is that employers can move and the courts will hold employers to that movement, right? CCMA cases have decided that as well. And I think the law and the precedents are there. I think what I wanted to also mention was, around this issue of, we can have, okay, maybe I'm preempting another question, but around this issue of, power drunk line managers, right? So sometimes that's where the conversation is that, the law is there, the infrastructure is there, right? The indictment to accommodate employees are there, but we've got line managers that are drunk on power, so there is the law. So there is the law, and then there is the spirit of the law, right? And very few people sit in the spirit of the law, right? And the spirit of our constitution specifically says that we have to conduct ourselves according to the spirit and the purpose of the Constitution. What is the Constitution trying to do? It is trying to transform. It is trying to heal. It literally says these words, right? It is a healing law. It is a transforming law. It is a law on social justice. Ubuntu is part of our Constitution. It's part of our constitutional compact. So if we look at all these indictments from our Constitution, and then you have this power-drunk line manager who has not tapped into to consult the spirit of our law, right, to say, but in terms of our law, I'm obliged to think beyond just, framework and policy. I'm obliged to get into the spirit of what does it truly mean to embrace the human dignity of somebody else and work with that from the point of the heart, like our colleague here is saying, what does it mean to get there? Because that is where our law invites us to go. And so I think that's where a lot of us spend a lot of time then training, trying to change the hearts and the minds of these power-drunk, managers to get into the spirit of what it is that we're trying to build as a nation and where our law is trying to call us. So I'll say that for now.
I think that sparked a question, and I've got a list of questions, but I cannot ignore a hand when it's in the room. And we've got a hand in the audience. If I'm allowed to take it, organizers allow me to take the hand. And it's directed specifically at Doc, or? Yeah, okay. Dr. Litlekani, are you?
Yes, thanks, Andy. You see, and this is where universities also need to be a bit more self-critical and look at themselves a bit more critical in terms of where do their values really lie, right? So we can have our value system, we can have our vision 2040s, 2030s, we can have our, our values of empathy, equality, and all of that, and that can be forefronted. And then we have our rock star researchers, right? Who is the medical rock star researcher who brings in so much money for the university, but that person is a horrible manager, right? He's a horrible people manager, right? So I think we all here in the room as universities, what do we prize, right? What is a university then, or where does the respect of the university usually follow?
Yeah.
Right, to say this rock star professor who's a horrible manager and is treating their colleagues sub to what we would like and what we position, but we respect them so much as an academic and as a researcher. And I think it becomes a question of loyalties, right? Where do the university, it comes down to that. It's not because the person is above the law, but because the university values that person sometimes more than their own policies, right? So the university is the one that is prioritizing or putting the accolades or what this colleague does more. And that's why I'm saying for me that sometimes the only way to contest power is go to the highest courts, right? Go through, and that is an unfortunate piece of advice because it takes an emotional toll on someone, right? Fighting a legal court case is not easy,
Yeah.
right? But, and there are lots of failures, lots of things along the way. You know, so someone say, but what if I fail? And then you'd say, oh, but darling, what if you win? You know, because if you win, right, you then force the university
Yeah.
to look at themselves, because then there will be a judgment against the university to say, you failed on this account, and this is how you must account to not only the colleague, but you are accounting to the rest of the university community. And I think that is a bit of a fight fire with fire sometimes approach that is unfortunate, but I just don't see another way, because people, otherwise you'll wait forever for someone to be convinced or to, you know, have the heart. But if you actually say, you know what, we're actually not going to wait for you, you're going to have to come to the party. You're going to have to come to the party, and if you're not going to, and if training is not going to make you do that, then an independent judge will certainly make you do that. So it's unfortunate, but I don't see how else we can succeed.
And might be necessary.
It might be. It might be necessary.
Yeah. Dr. Casaringo, you wanted to come in there quickly, and then I'm going to go over to Letitia. I've got a question for you.
So sorry, just wanted to thank you for the new terminology in terms of power drunk managers. First time I hear it. But a way that we handle it in terms of occupational medicine, and this is why it's so important for us to interlink, is a practical example is I've had a manager say, I don't understand why this person who's been diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer has to see a psychiatrist and not the counselor upstairs, because, you know, then they don't have to leave work. Then you realize this is also someone in a corporate and admin environment who's not a doctor necessarily, who doesn't understand that stage 4 cancer might come with depression. And then what I do is I call for a meeting and we have a conversation, and then we bring it to a human level and not, these are your targets that need to be met, this is what needs to be done from a medical perspective. And then it's not a question of this is what I can and cannot accommodate. And then this is where we do a bunch of things, just trying to summarize it a bit. And when we enforce, it's not even enforce and make the recommendations around the workplace, again, guided by the law, it's something that can't stop with a manager.
Yeah.
And if we're in a place where we're stopping with a manager, it means that we don't have other systems in place where we can collaborate, because it shouldn't stop there. It starts with a manager referring to either us or wellness or, but it also, again, a lot of the times when we point fingers, we forget that not only are they very adequate, but maybe in other areas they lack knowledge around certain things. So again, there's also sometimes training and things around managers about empathy and understanding different situations. So I don't just want to point out at managers, because a lot of the times we've had to have conversations about just understanding.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I want to come to that point of compassion, understanding. Letitia, you started that conversation around the heart and the connection. And what can we do within not just the workspace, but in general with dealing with students, within counseling spaces, consultation spaces, to start that, what Dr. Padmana Benuni said earlier this morning around that culture of compassion that she introduced within CHS faculty. I mean, how can we start it within the most simplest way? And how, if it's, and sometimes we must understand this is foreign concepts to a lot of us, and to a lot of people. So if it's foreign to you, where do you start?
Yeah. Thank you, Nathan. I think one of the biggest misconceptions about compassion is the fact that it denies accountability, and I think that was also raised. So for me, you know, if I look at the word compassion, it's come, pass, I, on, right? And so the reality is that compassion requires every single person to be to be in touch with themselves. You cannot give compassion if you are not in touch with yourself. And so the reality is that we are actually asking people who thrive off denialism, who thrive off disconnection, because it's safer. I don't want to judge it, but sometimes there is a sense of safety when we deny that we have a responsibility to show up, firstly for ourselves. If we cannot show up for ourselves, we cannot show up for anyone else. And so for me, from the simplest, I would want to ask, how do individuals, how are they held accountable? You know, so within the workplace, how do we create psychological safety where people feel safe enough to say, this is what I need? And even if they're not able to speak to a manager, as you said earlier, is there a champion within the department? We have HR. Very often I hear managers say, well, there's a line of communication, and unless you have first spoken to me, and then if people do not feel safe, how are they going to be vulnerable? And so I think what is evident is that there is a culture. So I hear you saying, what are the small things we do? We need to shift behavior at a basic level, but there also needs to be an institutional culture shift so that people are held accountable. People need to know, Nathan, that I can speak to someone I feel. Isn't this what we tell our students? Yeah. Students speak to a cleaner, they speak to a friend, and you say, but why are you not speaking to a psychologist? Absolutely. Because I feel safe for that person. So we should not underestimate the importance of creating safety within our relationships, safety within our homes, with our children. For me, safety underpins everything. If your nervous system does not feel safe, it's going to, you know, the language that we use with neurodivergence is avoidance. Avoidance means that my sympathetic nervous system is going into fight, flight, and right? Masking means that it's so overwhelming for me to be present here right now that I have to fawn. You know, I've got to fake, right? And so shutting down is also the other end of that parasympathetic response, where it becomes so threatening for me that I'm not able to show up. So bottom line, know first thyself, hold people accountable, and make shifts on both ends of the spectrum.
Wow. Oh, these hands that just went up. These hands that just went up. I'm going to allow, and please help me, Chantal, can I allow 1 or 2 hands, and that would be it. And then I want us to go with concluding thoughts, because I know there's something we'd like us to leave with as well. Can we have your answer? Yes? Padma Benoni.
When you were speaking there, when she was speaking, you know, I could see myself into a whole lot of what she was talking about as a manager, you know. And now I'm sitting here and saying, how far do I take this line of compassion vis-a-vis productivity, you know, and being taken for a ride? You know, it's complicated. Looking at me giving this person on the left the accommodation and whatsoever, oh, it's his favorite, you know, and then and them not having the background to the decisions I make, you know. So I thought I should just
Yeah.
give it to the panel to digest.
I don't even think it needs to be digested. Because Mr. Wane, I think immediately when he came up with that question, I'm like, oh goodness, Mr. Wane is going to have layers of answers for you, multiple answers, because there's so much layers, there's nuances to this. But I'm going to allow you to, because I could identify the different layers of responses that you can have.
Thank you. I've been unmasked for the last few minutes, but it's a wonderful conversation. So, it is a manager's duty to know who they're managing. To have conversations, and that doesn't happen anymore. I only get spoken to when there is a problem or an ask. A manager who knows their team members will know what needs to be done in each instance. You know who your chance takers are. And we were having a conversation at work earlier this week about this, a decision, an institutional decision about and I said the problem with the fact that the leadership does not want to do the work that they get paid for. And so what happens is that you get this lazy blanket. Oh well, we'll just, nobody works from home. Nobody works from home because 2 people were found at Checkers when they were supposed to be on a Teams meeting. Or they switched the camera on while they were walking out of the gym.
Damn it.
And then everybody else must suffer for that single indiscretion. It is a manager's job. People are being promoted into roles of management because they're excellent individual contributors. I have not seen a preparation for doing the work through others in a long time. And so people carry on being whatever specialists that they were as an individual contributor, managing myself and they take that and they use it to manage people. And I think reflection, understanding my own strengths, my own weaknesses, my own development needs. What does it mean to be a manager? If you look at that job description, it not just talks about the technical stuff. I hope I'm talking to the devil because I'm looking at you quite pointedly. The devil, not you, is that
the devil within you.
the devil behind you, is that no, this is serious because people are suffering. Because as a manager, you've been promoted, great, but what you've not done, not you, generally speaking, is to say, I need to manage a budget, I need to manage organizational resources, I need to manage people, I need emotional intelligence to do this. Thanks.
Wow. I think it's going back to, I just saw an email earlier from HR saying there's new policy around, appointments, and it's going back to how people are appointed and understanding this manager role, And then many times people are expectant as managers to just be controlling people, and they don't understand. And what you said at the beginning for me was absolutely just so great around, you need to know who you are managing. And that's why the one-on-one culture is non-existent. It's about outputs. It's not about what can I do to make this work better for you. And so there's another question, and then I'm going to take your question. But I really thought that what happens, and this was my question earlier when you actually were presenting, what happens when the manager is neurodivergent and they can only see black and white? And their way of functioning is taking out the policy book. Because even as a subordinate, I have to be compassionate towards, and this is people that are compassionate and has empathy. They see it within a manager, director, a TVC or even they realize, oh goodness, you only know right and wrong. And I know you are going to be by the book when you deal with me, always. You're never going to. How do we, as working under people like that, how do we navigate that space? Because, like I always tell colleagues, sometimes they don't know better. They don't know better. We can't always be angry at managers. They don't know better. Their conditioning is also that they have a perceived idea, and they can only see black and white. And in that dilemma, what do we then do? Anybody? I don't know. Who feels?
I'm going to try.
Yeah.
So I think every individual, whether they're neurodivergent, because at some point as I was putting the slides together, I thought, actually we're talking neuroinclusivity, but we're also just talking inclusivity and humanity, is that in addition to the rule book and the policies, is values of the employer, if the employer has articulated such. But there's also understanding that you're managing people, and people are messy, and people have lives, and people get divorced and lose parents, and life happens. And this is again where understanding self, reflection, being open, and this is one for me of an important hallmark of a manager, is that person able to engage in a manner that where they open up this filter perhaps that they have, to take on board the realities of what they're managing. Because if you have a manager who is not able to engage, understand, reflect, then you have a problem. And what is my duty as a subordinate is to engage with you and to share with you what it is that I'm experiencing by being managed in this way and how it is affecting me. And invite you into my space and provide you with an understanding of what it is to be on the receiving end of that style of management. Because again, just because I'm neurodivergent doesn't take away the accountability that I have to manage in a way that aligns with the values. Yeah.
I think that was brilliant, because I think, Letitia, you want to touch on it?
Just briefly, I think we often think either this or that. You know, if I'm a manager, I should. If I show compassion, then it means that I'm not holding people accountable for productivity. And I think that's a lens that we need to shift. Is that people are the foundation of organizations. And so very often we speak about organizations as a microcosm of society, and coming back to this whole notion of power hungry. If we look at the world and we look at leaders across the world, we actually have to also, that's why I'm saying it's not just what you were saying, it's not just neurodiversity. Do people really embrace diversity? And are people really willing to look beyond how does society perpetuate the perception that anyone in a leadership position is in power? And so I think we need to start challenging those norms. We need to start challenging those norms. And so coming back to what I said earlier again, it's about staff need to have the right. At the moment, all systems says managers have the right. Staff have a right, and this is something that I've personally done in my role as a manager. I allow my team to give me feedback. You cannot manage people and you're not open to receiving feedback. Then you do not deserve to be in a management position. So it's about creating systems where staff can feel that I have a responsibility to give my manager feedback. And if your manager's not able to open themselves, then we need to find other ways to hold them accountable. So I just think we tend to, pussyfoot around the edges of this, and I think as a nation we've got it in our DNA, to stand up for social justice. Social justice is not what's happening out in the community. It's where you feel you have the ability to voice what you need to respectfully, professionally. And the first step is to find the courage within yourself. That's where I started. I used to sit on my hands literally because I was shaking so much out of fear of what my managers, my past managers, how they would react. And I came to the realization, Letitia, you need to build the courage to speak your truth. And it took me many years, but I gradually, and so I challenge each of you, step into your own courage. And if you need people to walk that path, a mentor, a coach, I did all of that to help me. Because you will find that what happens in the workplace very often also happens in other systems in your life. So think about that as well. Where does this disempowerment play itself out beyond the workplace? There's a mirror here.
I'm coming to your question. I'm just giving Charlotte the opportunity just to quickly respond to the comment.
Thank you so much for letting us. I just love that. Step into your courage. I just wanted to comment on favoritism. And that always comes up where people think, I'm accommodating, just what you said, I'm accommodating this person. What do the others think? Again, when recommendations are made from the occupational health department, it's literally objective. We've gone to OT, someone has done an FCE or physio. There are things that determine the accommodation. It's either temporary, it's partial, or it's permanent. But like she said, when you step into your courage and you have a conversation with your team, and we say, Charlotte currently cannot work, without having to disclose what the condition is even, and say she currently cannot work, and for 2 weeks, we as a team need to work together to assist. Then everybody knows around the table what's going on. It's not we're just waking up and Charlotte is in a corner by herself, and now that courage that she was talking about in terms of self, in terms of leadership, to say, this is where my team is going and this is what's happening. And that accountability, I think there was a question earlier, how do we sort of measure this sort of accommodation, how do we know that we're in the right path? And because of the types of accommodation, sometimes it's accountability by saying, okay, we've moved from 100 targets, we now need to do 50, and checking in on that. Did you log in 50? Non-pressure, but again, also writing it down. Then you've got a trend that you can follow and say, okay, this is what we've trialed for a month, and this is what's working in terms of the accommodation, or it's not working. We need to probably you need to follow up again with your general doctors or with occupational health, so that we have something that is actually subjective, that we can say, it's never a rule of, we're not thucking accommodation from anywhere. There are actual objective things and measurements that we do, whether it's medical reports or things that we look at the person as a whole before recommendations are made. So favoritism should not be a conversation at all.
And it's not one conversation. It's multiple conversations, and you can revisit the conversation. I'm going to take your hand, and then I'm going to let our panel do the concluding remarks. So let's give you an opportunity for your hand. Thank you so much for that. Absolutely. I think that the point around including everyone in the institutional culture conversation, and not just those that are going to enforce it, and not those that are going to think about care and support, but everyone. To grassroots level, does the cleaner know what the culture is? And how do we, the value system, and do we understand to executive level, do we feel it? Or is it just a document? I'm going to do something, and I see your hand, Mr. Wane. I'm going to start off, and then I'm going to let us come around, and let's conclude this conversation. I'm aware of time, and people need to pick up. Oh, there's school holidays, so not picking up kids today. I'm so used to babysitters. There's grannies that have to take care of the kids today because we are here. So we are quite aware of that as well. Dr. Letlhakane, I'm going to maybe ask you to take a minute or two to conclude and to leave us with your concluding thoughts.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that comment around institutional culture. And as you were speaking, I was also thinking, colleagues, the only way through it is through it. We're going to have to go through it, and going through it means there will be scars. We're going to be torn. There will be balls dropped. There will be, because when you come up into an institution that has not had to confront injustice, has not had to have to confront inequity, and you are demanding justice, believe you me, you are going to get some scars going into that institution, because it has not had someone like you before, and so it is part of that courage, it is part of that mental preparation of, I'm going into an institution, there has been a culture and a legacy of injustice, and the only way we are going to get out of it is to actually confront it. And confrontation does come with pain. It does come with a lot of disappointment. And that is why I think, communities and building societies and communities and allies and networks is really where a lot of us come for courage, to continue doing that work of facing inequity in our institutions. And I want to come back to this idea that staff have a right. That is important, and it's not a right that anyone gives you. We are all constitutionally protected. We all have equal protection in terms of the Constitution. It's not something that someone gives you and chooses to take away any time, right? It is something inherent that you have, and that is your freedom to do with that right what you want to do. So that is important for me, and use that right to hold institutions accountable. I think that is also important. We have all the tools. I just think it's just gaining and growing in that support. We've got incredible labor frameworks. We've got incredible labor law frameworks. I think it's just holding on to, I have a right, and developing that courage. I want to just end off by answering one question that I think is quite relevant around the issue of whether accommodation is permanent or not. Someone asked that question here, and just to say that accommodations are linked to your disability. So if the disability, which is defined as either a temporary impairment or a long-term disability or permanent disability, so if you have a long-term disability or a permanent disability, then your accommodations are permanent. It follows the disability. And so it's not something that your employer can opt in or out of after 3 months or 6 months or a year, right? It goes with the level or the capacity of your disability. And so I think that's just important for you to also remember that the obligation to be accommodated is tied to your disability. But yeah, I think that's maybe what I just want to enforce about that right that we all have. And, for me, I get excited when, and it's, I don't fight. I'm not a person who likes to fight. I also know how difficult it is to fight, and you have to weigh your options. But, sometimes I think if Makate did not take Vodacom to court, he's sitting on R1 billion, and we're all waiting for our fellow black men to get R1 billion from Vodacom. And it is, that is how the law works. That is how things work. Justice comes, the wheels turn. They may turn slowly. Yeah. He still hasn't had his money, but justice will happen. It has to happen. So I look out for those law-defining and culture-defining moments of our times. And I think, disability is also going to have its moment when we're sitting with something like that, so concrete that no one can ignore. A big corporation has to come and account for an unfairness or a discrimination of that magnitude. So I'd like to see that happen as well, because I think it will go a long way into how organizations begin to treat their colleagues when they know the severe repercussions that come from discriminating or treating colleagues unfairly. So yeah, may the spirit of justice be with us.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much.
How do you follow on that?
I have no...
I think we firstly need to acknowledge that we don't know what we don't know, right? So, and today reminded me again that they say knowledge is power, but I say the application of knowledge is power. And so when we, I think a first step is let's continue to create spaces where we share what we know, so that we can shift the pulse in our spaces and places that we occupy, where people can go from, I didn't know, to saying, well, now you know, right? And when people know, they can no longer turn back and claim that the behavior comes from a place of ignorance. And so I would say, firstly, let us ensure that we live this application of knowledge. Secondly, I think when we have this awareness, we often speak about inviting people to the table. You know, when people speak about inclusivity, they say, well, we need to invite people to the table. And I don't think it's enough. I think what we should consider is, how do we adjust the temperature in the room so that every person's nervous system can be safe enough and present, right? And so it's really about not waiting for someone else, but again, I say every single one of us in the spaces and places that we occupy, you share what you've learned today with someone else. And you go into spaces and you check what's the temperature. And when you do that, you're going to find that this notion of, going back to what Anita spoke about this morning, that resilience and burnout becomes sort of, something to be celebrated and worn as a badge of honor. We realize that this awareness makes you understand that resilience can never come at the cost of well-being. Thank you.
Absolutely. Ms. Tshwane?
Thank you. I want to start by responding to Zukona and saying that culture is a two-way street. I'm also a participant in the creation of a culture, and my silence contributes to a culture that is, if it's unhealthy, unhealthy. If it's healthy, it's healthy. And I think it's important, this using our voice is that we are treated in the way that we allow. And you can only shift jobs so many times. And then you've got to decide. And in my 30 years, I moved every second year because it just reached a point where, and then I said, no, it hurts. I'll tell you this, there is suffering there, and this is why I think it's important to be looking after yourself, to have people in your life who hold you up. There's a point at which you have to say no, because if you don't say no, actually, all that stuff that is coming against your body eventually starts to deplete you. And so our voices are important. Like-minded souls who love and care for us and have our best interests at heart are important. And if I can share one way that I say no, in a very professional and polite way, like the preacher's daughter that I am, is to reply to comments, emails, instructions, etc., that are contrary to the values by playing those values back. So what I've learned recently is to hold the mirror of the values, because they're not mine. I found them here. And so if this is how you're going to engage with me, I'm going to look at all these values and ask, which one is it that this engagement is reflective of? Thanks.
Wow. Thank you, Ms. Tshwane. I, for a moment, the mental health practitioner in me wanted to say, can we just sit in that? Because there's something in me that needed to sit in that, us running from workspaces because we are not understood. And then we realize we are running into the exact same problem all the time. And eventually we're going to have to stop running. it literally gave me goosebumps now. It resonates with me. And thank you for that, because we have to, like Letitia said, find the courage, but lead ourselves and understand ourselves and know ourselves to be our own advocates first. And then sometimes it means we have to fight. But we're not moving. We shall not be moved. Dr. Kasaringa, up to you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. I just wanted to say, again, we do have an open policy. They will share the slides. If you want to contact or quick call, you just want to ask, how do I go about this? Not just for the employee, even for the managers. Doors open for occupational health at Tygerberg Hospital. Where we can assist, we will. The other thing, short, sweet, that I was reading the other day was, I thought, everyone's heard the phrase, great minds think alike. And this guy said, well, no, great minds challenge you. And today, it was great to sit in a room full of people exchanging different thoughts and coming together and saying, hey, there's no right way of doing something. And I think the only thing I can say is continue to learn. Let's continue to educate ourselves and have these sometimes uncomfortable conversations and challenge ourselves. There's only room to grow.
Absolutely.
And fall forward, fail forward, and try again. No one really cares except the employer.
Let's give all our panelists a final round of applause. Thank you so much. I think I can thank you for your wisdom, your experience, your insight, but most importantly, I want to just thank you for your experience, your reality of humanity, that you lead with a sense of humanity and you lead with a sense of compassion. It's just brilliant knowing that there are managers, people, experts out there that's got our back and that will eventually have a safe space for us if we enter it. We appreciate you. Thank you so much, and thank you for the
I was joking, do not
session.
quote me.
Chantal, I'm handing back over to you. There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our amazing panel for the mental health seminar. Thank you. I'd like to invite Joycelyn Esreisen, who is the Lifestyle and Wellness Manager at CPUT, to just also once again thank our panelists, our additional panelists, for being part of our program today. Thank you for being here. And also to Nathan Kaiser, who has moderated so eloquently today. Thank you so much. We have a picture moment. Okay, they can take one together. I'll join them shortly. We're going to just do a quick vote of thanks. But I'm not sure about the... Please, it's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure about the members in the room today, but I sat here in the front row and I had such a wave of emotions. I've gone from laughing to feeling a little bit emotional, not for any reason, but to hear the unwavering echoes of support that were coming from the floor and that were coming from the different universities and structures that are represented here. And I just want to thank everyone for this opportunity for us to start engaging. I'm not doing the vote of thanks. I just had to share my emotions, so thank you. You may be excused. Thank you so much. think what today has really exposed is that there is a need for further engagements and conversations of this nature. Speaking about neurodiversity and disability, and about creating supportive working environments and institutional cultures of care and support. Colleagues, I think what we are really emphasizing is the need to advocate for culture change through the development of policies, practices, and support structures that are compassion-driven. We need to start opening up courageous conversations about neurodiversity, not through a lens of deficit, but through a lens of inclusivity. What is strongly emerging is the need for additional advocacy and education so that we can build these supportive structures that recognize neurodivergence within our workplaces and put in place structures that can support individuals with different needs. We spoke earlier about neurodiversity and the difference between neurodiversity as a natural variation in the human brain and cognition versus what does it mean to have a disability, what impacts one's ability to function effectively within the workplace. How do we build accommodations that support neurodivergent individuals to thrive? Of importance, we often witness how identity and environments intersect to shape mental health outcomes. And we recognize that very often individuals with neurodivergency have a different vulnerability to mental health because of the environments that are not understanding or accommodating or inclusive. With that, I would like to welcome to the podium Ms. Shibu Mamabolo from the University of Stellenbosch, who will do our closing and thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around until this hour. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to the community of practice. That's where the concept was birthed, and we collaborated together to ensure that this day is becoming a success. And we say thank you to our leaders for funding this event and making it possible. We found the collective wisdom regardless of the challenges we experienced, but here we are. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the openness, the energy and commitment for sharing insights, best practices in transforming this space into a community of learning, support, and networking. Today we have witnessed the power of collaboration. Ideas flowed freely with grace because we are more of employee well-being. And we have experienced collective wisdom. We've learned through one another and we've embraced one another. So I would like to say a special thanks, especially to the Rector and VC of UWC for opening up and hosting us and giving us this opportunity, and to our keynote speakers, our guest speakers. Nathan, for the last hour, thank you very much. We asked Nathan at the last grave hour, and thank you for pulling it up for us, moderating this panel discussion. Thank you so much. So these discussions were insightful and were carried with care, so we appreciate that. To every participant, thank you for leaning in and trusting and honoring our invitation. We appreciate that. This seminar is not the end point. It is a milestone. As a community of practice, employee health and wellness as a region, we report to the National Forum, Community of Practice, Post-School Education and Training, in which it reports to HR Directors Forum and USAF. So after this, we will be having to, as the Committee of Practice, our task is to draft our guiding SOP when it comes to mental health and disabilities. And we will be doing that in collaboration with partners in health and well-being. So we say thank you for making our event truly special, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this event would not have been possible without the work of several stakeholders. So I'd like to also extend a special thanks and thank you very much, Ms. Mamabolo, for capturing it so well. To all our presenters on our program today and our speakers, to everybody who's moderated conversations, but also a special thanks once again to the Regional Community of Practice for Employee Health and Wellbeing for conceptualizing today's program and for enabling it. I would like to say thank you to our teams in the background who made it possible, to our Institutional Advancement Office and our Events Office for assisting in the arrangement of our venue. Also to our audio and visual team who have been with us the whole day to ensure a seamless program delivery. Thank you. To everyone who has contributed in terms of the refreshments provided throughout the day, the flower arrangements, the incredible entertainment by our saxophonist, thank you. And to the respective universities, thank you for your contributions to making this happen. I don't think this is where the conversation ends. We do need to advocate to have more conversations, and we invite you to be champions to take these conversations into your workplaces, so that we can create supportive higher education structures for neurodivergence as well as disability. Have a great day, everyone. Travel safely, and good afternoon.